piemirstas kādēļ, kad piemirstas kur, kad piemirstas viss, kur doties, aizvēr acis un patvērjās savā klusumā. Aiz mākoņa ainām gubām, un skrienošām domām, gaiši zilā debesis spīd. Vai saule vai lietus līs, bet kad tevi rauj, projām parauj sevi atpakaļ. Tā tava dzīve, tava brīvība, kad piemirstas kādēļ, kad piemirstas kur, kad piemirstas viss, kur doties, aizvēr acis un patvērjās savā klusumā. Kad piemirstas kādēļ, kad piemirstas kur, kad piemirstas viss, kur doties, aizvēr acis un patvērjās savā klusumā. Tā tava dzīve, tava dāvana, tava diena, tava elpa, tava būtība, tava esamība. Tā tava dzīve, tava dāvana, tava elpa, tava būtība, tava esamība. Paldies.
Madara Fogelmane un esamība. Esiet sveicināti Latvijas Tūrisma formā 2024. Es esmu Valdis Melderis, un turisms ir mans entuziasma avots jau kopš bērnības. Ja man gribējās piedzīvojumu turismu, es gāju iepazīties ar kaimiņu pagalmu puikām, jo tu nekad nevarēji zināt, ar ko tas beigsies. Ja gribējās gastronomisko turismu, es gāju ciemos pie saviem klases biedriem, viņiem mammai leduskapī bieži vien bija vairāk nekā manējā. Es dzīvoju komunālajā dzīvoklī, un tur lietas mēdz pazust no leduskapiem. Šobrīd, protams, galvenais, lai uz konkrēto vietu var aizbraukt ar 2 riteņiem, vienalga velo vai motociklu. Un tā mēs varam droši teikt, esiet sveicināti, mīļie kolēģi! Un šajā viesmīlības biznesā, protams, ka mēs priecājamies redzēt cilvēkus nākam, bet ļoti bieži mēs priecājamies redzēt viņus arī ejam. Un bieži vien mums pēc tam ir ko nosvinēt. Tad, protams, ka mēs īpašu uzmanību šodien pievērsīsim gan ilgtspējai, gan tehnoloģijām, protams, ka mākslīgiem intelektam. Protams, ka mēs parunāsim arī par gastronomiju un tās nozīmi turismā. Jautājot par to, ko šodien šeit cilvēki grasās darīt, dažādas atbildes. Dažs labs bija izbrīnīts, ka te vairs nav veikals. Laipni lūgti, ir pagājuši gadi 10. Tad ir ļaudis, kuri teica, ka viņi vienkārši gribot redzēt jauno LIA direktoru un beidzot iepazīties. Tad ir ļaudis, kuri nākuši šeit izbaudīt tādas kārtīgas, harizmātiskas uzstāšanās. Jā, mēs apzināmies, ka bieži vien tādas piemīt cilvēkiem, kuri vienkārši labi jūtas uz skatuves. Kāpēc ūdens? Jūs neticēsiet, tā nav nekāda spīdīga disko grīda, tas ir reāls ūdens. Izskatās, ka šodien kādā brīdī varētu šeit uz skatuves kādam iet jautri, bet es ļoti ceru, ka nē. Kāpēc ūdens? Ūdens ir kustība, dzīvība, enerģija. Nemaz nerunājot par to, ka Latvijā ir tik daudz upju, ka mēs paši bieži vien esam šokā par to. Un, protams, tā 500 km garā jūras piekraste, par ko mūs apskauž pat lietuvieši. Un lietuvieši parasti mūs ne par ko neapskauž. Tad vēl šajā digitālajā laikmetā ūdens ir kaut kas īsts. Un tad, kad mums gribas ceļot ne tikai digitāli, bet pa īstam, tad ūdens ir tā īstā lieta. Es teiktu, mīļā Madara, mūsu ezera sirēna. Laipni lūgta, vēl viens skaņdarbu lūdzu. Aplausi.
Paldies. Paldies. visi vienoti esam, jau atverot acis, ik rītas dos, tu izejot ārā, apziņu sūdz, no lapām, no ziediem, no kaimiņu suņiem, no debesīm vēja un ziedošiem putniem vienā apziņā. Silti apskauties, gaismā sasirdījās, rītu sagaidīt. Esi tā daļa no lielākā visa un katrā šūnā vidējuši spēks, lai ņem šo spēku. Pielietu visā nomodā staigājuši cilvēks tu to, mums jāmostas dienā un naktī, katrā brīdī un ciedošā taktī. Laiks ir tagad un viss jau ir tevī, tev jāpaklūst dzīve, vēl laimi sajust vienā apziņā. Silti apskauties, gaismā sasirdījās, rītu sagaidīt. Vienā apziņā, silti apskauties, gaismā sasirdījās, rītu sagaidīt. Paldies! Paldies!
Madara Fogelmane, vienā apziņā.
Paldies!
Paldies, mīļā Madara. Paldies. Šogad forumam ir ļoti poētiska koncepcija atspulgi ūdenī. Kāpēc atspulgi? Dažiem vienkārši patīk spoguļoties ūdenī. Tur mēs reizēm izskatāmies labāk nekā spogulī. Bet vairāk tas ir atskats pašiem uz sevi vai paskatīšanās pašiem uz sevi vairākos līmeņos. Kas ir mūsu stiprās un vājās puses? Vai pašrefleksija par to, ko mēs varam un gribam piedāvāt? Kas ir mūsu unikalitāte, kurp mēs ejam, atsakot, ko vadis un kā mēs tur nonāksim gal galā. Vēl tas ir atgādinājums, ka atspulgs šajā formā ir arī kā pēda, ko mēs pēc sevis atstājam droši. Kā būtu ar aplausu? Paldies, Madara! Tātad tā ir kā pēda, kuru mēs arī ar savu darbu atstājam šajā pasaulē, un ko mēs varam darīt, lai šī pēda būtu pēc iespējas mazāka. Pirms mēs ķeramies klāt, pāris tehniskas nianses. Mums vajadzēs arī savā starpā sadarboties, un šeit par to, kādā veidā tieši. Jums ir pieejama sinhronā tulkošana, ja nu pēkšņi kādam ir nepieciešams tulkojums no angļu uz latviešu valodu. If you need a translation from Latvian to English, there's some devices, and please use those. English is on channel 2. Latviešu valodu atrodam pirmajā kanālā, attiecīgajās austiņās. Ja gadījumā jūsu blakus sēdētāji visu laiku uz jums dusmīgi skatās, iespējams, ka jūs esat uzgriežuši austiņas vienkārši pa skaļu. Vēl pasākumā pieejams arī Wi-Fi, un Wi-Fi ļoti vienkārši ATA centre, bez paroles. Jūs noderēs, ja gadījumā jūs taupāt mobilos datus. Mēs izmantosim arī Slido platformu, gan komentāru, gan viedokļu ieteikšanai, jautājumu uzdošanai. Un vēl, kas ir svarīgi, ja jūs redzat jautājumu, kas jums patīk, blakus varat nospiest īkšķīti un attiecīgi arī nobalsot par attiecīgo jautājumu. Populārākos jautājumus, ja lektori atstās laiku, mēs arī pajautāsim. Tātad jautājumi, komentāri, Slido izmantojam lūdzu QR kodu. Ja ne, tad var ierakstīt vienkārši slido.com un kods ir 2877484. Izmantojam mobilās ierīces. Nu, ja gadījumā jums gribas veco, labo, analogo pieeju, mums ir arī Laura ar Catchbox. Reku Laura ar Catchbox, un Catchbox strādā ļoti vienkārši. Jums tas ir jāķer, ja gadījumā tas lido jūsu virzienā. Pretējā gadījumā var sanākt neveikli. Tāpēc tagad pārbaudīsim, kā tas Catchbox strādā, Laura. Tavs uzdevums būs šāds. Vienkārši uz labu laimi iemest to mūsu skatītāju vidū, un kādam skatītājam, kas to noķers, un lūdzu necentieties izvairīties, būs tikai neveiklāk. Tātad skatītājiem, kas to noķers, jāatbild uz jautājumu, kāpēc jūs šodien šeit esat un kāds ir jūsu plāns. Laura, lai tev izdodas. Ķeram! Nu, mīļās dāmas, izvēlieties, kur no jums atbildēs. Catchbox skaisti iekrīt pa vidu. Pasaka lūdzu, kā tev sauc, ko tu pārstāvi un ko tu grasies šodien šeit darīt. Jā, runā iekšā tajā melnajā daļā.
Sveiki, es esmu Anna no lauku ceļotāju, un es šodien atnācu satikties ar foršajiem nozares kolēģiem.
Sveicināta Anna no lauku ceļotāju! Nu, apmēram tādā veidā tas strādās, tā kā nākamo reizi, lai nav tāds. Tas slikti izskatās bildēs un video. Bet paldies par atsaucību. Laiks ķerties klāt. Aiziet! Te drošdzīgs aplaudē. Paldies. Katram no mums jau, kā jūs redzējāt, tie spēcīgie vārdi mēdz atšķirties, kas kuram no mums pirmkārt tas ir. Varbūt kādam tas ir darbs, sarežģīts darbs, kādam vienkārši atbildīgi, kādam tiešām vēlmi piepildīšanās. Turisms, protams, un ceļošana ir pasaules izzināšana. Oda ceļam, jo reizēm tu vienkārši dodies ceļā un tad jau redzēs. Tas ir atklāšanas prieks. Katreiz, kad tu dodies tur, kur neviens cits nav bijis un ko tev neviens nav ieteicis, mēs varam atklāt vietas, kuras citādi neatrastu. Īpaši labi to zina veloceļotāji un motobraucēji, kur iekuļas vietās, kurās varbūt pat labāk nenonākt. Un pats svarīgākais šeit šodien runājot par to, kāda ir turisma ietekme, klātesošie pilnīgi droši zina, cik būtiski ietekme turismam ir uz ekonomiku. Vismaz klātesošie šeit noteikti. Bet atklāšanas uzruna ierakstā, jeb attālināti. Latvijas Republikas ekonomikas ministrs Viktors Valainis. Lūdzu video.
Labdien, turisma nozares profesionāļi no visas Latvijas, sveicu jūs šajā ikgadējā turisma nozarei svarīgajā pasākumā, kas vienkopis šogad ir pulcējis vairāk kā 500 nozares profesionāļus, lai diskutētu par turismas jomai attīstībai svarīgiem jautājumiem. Man ir liels prieks, ka arvien vairāk un vairāk turisma jomas uzņēmēji piesakās uz visdažādākajām atbalsta programmām, kas šobrīd ir pieejamas biznesa attīstībai, tā skaitā arī turisma jomas attīstībai Latvijā. Tā piemēram, 22 uzņēmumi no turisma jomas ir pieteikušies digitalizācijas programmai, kas palīdzēs uzņēmumiem digitalizēties, kļūt produktīvākiem un uzlabot to pakalpojumu efektivitāti. Tāpat vairāk kā 200 mazo vidēju uzņēmumu tieši no turisma ir pieteikušies klāsteru programmām un ir pieteikušies kādam no 8 piedāvājumiem klāsteriem, kas palīdzēs veicināt šo uzņēmumu pakalpojumu pieejamību un tā skaitā arī kvalitāti. Bet turisma jomas gads ir vērtējums dažādi. Ir dažas pozitīvas ziņas un dažas ziņas, kas parāda, ka mums ir vēl uz ko tiekties un ir ko piedāvāt. Kā piemēram, apkalpoto pasažieru skaits Rīgas lidostā liecina par izaugsmi. Pirmajos 10 mēnešos ir 5% pieaugums, pasažieru skaits sasniedz jau 6 miljonus pasažieru. Tāpat laikā tas atspoguļojas ir arī uz naktsmītnēm, ko pavada turisti mūsu viesnīcās, pieaugums par iepriekšējo gadu 10%, sasniedzot 1,9 miljonu pavadīto nakšņu mūsu naktsmītnēs. Bet, ja mēs skatāmies uz mūsu restorāniem, mūsu ēdināšanas pakalpojumu biznesu, tur pieaugums nav novērojams. Tas parāda to, ka mums ir jāiegulda un jāskatās, kāda veida vēl risinājums mēs varam ieviest, lai uzlabotu situāciju šajā jomā, bet kvalitāte ir pieaugusi, pa ko liecina arī Michelin sniegtais starptautiskais vērtējums mūsu restorāniem, kas ir pieaudzis pret iepriekšējo gadu. 6 jauni restorāni ceļvedī, plus 1 jauns restorāns ir iegūs vēl Michelin zvaigzni, kas nozīmē tikai vienu. Mūsu restorānu kvalitāte aug ar katru gadu. Jāstrādā pie tā, lai arī klientu skaits augtu arvien vairāk pret iepriekšējo gadu. Šodien mēs sveiksim arī mūsu jaunos studentus un studentu konkursu laureātus, un es apsveicu ikvienu studentu, kas ir rakstījis darbus par to, kā veicināt mūsu turisma jomas attīstību, ieguldījis savas zināšanas, piedāvāt risinājumus. Apsveicu arī tos, kas nebūs laureātu sarakstā, bet ir centušies, un es ticu, ka nākamajā gadā arī viņi nonāks starp laureātiem, nepazaudē šo degsmu un strādāt visiem kopā pie Latvijas Tūrisma nozares izaugsmes. Paldies visiem dalībniekiem, un es aicinu uz produktīvu un konstruktīvu dialogu un sadarbību nākotnē. Kopā, plec pie pleca strādājot, mēs panāksim arī turpmāku turisma nozares izaugsmi, kas neapšaubām ir viena no Latvijas tautsaimniecībai svarīgākajām jomām.
Paldies par jūsu atbalstu. Un nu, uz skatuves aicinu Latvijas Investīciju un attīstības aģentūras direktori Ievu Jāgeri ar atklāšanas uzrunu lūdzu. Aplausi turpinās. Ieva, labi lūgt. Nedaudz pieregulēs.
Paldies.
Lūdzu.
Labdien! Labdien, godātie klātesošie, nozares profesionāļi, dāmas un kungi! Man ir patiesas prieks būt šodien kopā ar jums šajā turisma nozares fóruma atklāšanā. Šis nav tikai pasākums, tā ir vieta, kur dzimst jaunas idejas, rodas jaunas partnerības un rodas arī jauni mērķi. Tāpat kā turisms nav tikai gala mērķis, bet tas ir arī stāsts par piedzīvojumiem un cilvēkiem, ko mēs satiekam ceļā. Mūsu Latvija, tā stāsta par mūsu skaisto dabu, par mūsu kultūras bagātību, bet galvenokārt par cilvēkiem. Katrs ceļotājs aizved savu līdzi daļu no mūsu viesmīlības, no mūsu sirds siltuma un arī no mūsu stāstiem. Pēdējie gadi ir bijuši izaicinājumiem pilni, bet tajā pašā laikā tas ir pierādījis, cik nozare ir izturīga un radoša. Kā LIA vadītāja, es uzsveru, ka mēs turpināsim atbalstīt turisma nozari, lai tā spētu augt, attīstīties un lai Latvija būtu lieliska vieta pasaules kartē kā viennozīmīgi skaists galamērķis. Novēlu jums visiem skaistu, veiksmīgu un radošu dienu, lai dzimst jaunas idejas un lai piepildās mērķi. Paldies jums liels!
Paldies, Ieva! Un nu, jāpalūkojas kas ir būtiskākais, kas ir sasniegts, izdarīts, iesākts, tiks turpināts. Latvijas Tūrisma departamenta direktora Ines Šīrava par 2024. Laipni lūgti!
Labdien, Latvijas Tūrisma fóruma dalībnieki, viesi, draugi un kolēģi! Priecājos jūs atkal sveikt šajā svētku dienā, es gribētu teikt, mūsu Latvijas Tūrisma nozarei. Un arī šodien mūsu lielais pulks liecina par to, ka mums šādas tikšanās un šādas arī domu apmaiņas ir ļoti nepieciešamas. Kāds tad ir bijis šis 2024. gads Latvijas turismam? Ja man būtu jāraksturo vienā vārdā, tad es teiktu, ka turisti atgriežas. Un tā, man liekas, ir tā pozitīvākā ziņa, jo pagājušajā gadā, 23. gadā, mēs vēl bijām diezgan, teiksim tā, pesimistiski noskaņoti. Tad šobrīd jau es varu teikt, ka tā noskaņa turisma nozarē ir daudz pozitīvāka. Un, ja mēs skatāmies uz cipariem, šodien būs arī vēlāk ļoti labas prezentācijas, kur mēs detalizēti redzēsim arī turisma statistiku tādā citā griezumā, nekā mēs parasti to analizējam. Bet, ja mēs paskatāmies uz tiem raksturīgākiem rādītājiem, kurus mēs parasti Latvijas turismā izmantojam, proti uz Latvijas viesnīcu rādītājiem, tad šajā gadā, pirmajos 9 mēnešos, un salīdzinot ar tādu pašu periodu pagājušajā gadā, pieaugums ir. Jā, mēs neesam vēl atgriezušies 19. gada rādītājos, kas mums bija tāds vislabākais turisma nozares gads, bet salīdzinot ar 23. gadu, tā izaugsme ir gandrīz 11%. Šogad pozitīva ziņa ir arī tā, ka atgriežas ārvalstu turisti un arī ārvalstu turistu proporcija tajā mūsu turisma statistikā palielinās. Un var teikt arī, ka šis te ārvalstu turistu rādītājs pret pagājušo gadu ir jau, teiksim, pozitīvs un ļoti labs. Mēs parasti izmantojam šo viesnīcu statistiku, bet neaizmirsīsim, ka šobrīd arī viena no tendencēm ir tā, ka ārvalstu turisti ļoti aktīvi izmanto alternatīvas naktsmītnes, šīs īstermiņa nomas vietas. Un šeit Centrālā statistikas pārvalde arī apkopo datus par šo te mītņu statistiku. Un te mēs redzam, ka pamatā šīs te alternatīvās naktsmītnes izmanto ārvalstu turisti. Un te, ja mēs paskatāmies šo te salīdzinājumu ar 19. gadu, tā izaugsme ir stipri vien lielāka. Un šie dati ir par pirmo pusgadu, bet ja mēs ņemsim klāt vēl vasaras datus, kas tiek apkopot šobrīd, tad droši vien tā situācija būs vēl labāka un tie rādītāji vēl lielāki. Tā kā arī šī te turisma daļa ir jāņem vērā. Un vēl jau tika pieminēts, ka turismas mums ir svarīga eksporta nozare, un es atgādinu, ka turismas Latvijas ekonomikā katru gadu ienes vairāk nekā miljardu eiro. Šie ir pagājušā 23. gada dati. Par 24. gadu mēs iegūsim tādu pilnu ainu tikai nākamā gada sākumā, bet šeit rādītāji pilnīgi noteikti būs augstāki. Tātad šajā ziņā arī mums tas ir jāatcerās un jāaptur prātā, ka turisms ir svarīga pakalpojuma eksporta daļa. Kas tad ir mūsu galvenie tirgi, no kurienes Latvijā iebrauc ārvalstu turisti? Šobrīd turpinās tendence, ka aktīvāk ceļo pa mūsu reģionu turisti. Tātad mūsu galvenais ienākošais tirgus šobrīd ir tuvās kaimiņu valstis. Līdzīgi ir arī pārējās Baltijas valstīs, ka šī ceļošana aktīvāk ir starp tuvajām valstīm un mūsu reģionu ietvaros. Prieks, ka šogad atjaunojās arī interesi no Vācijas tirgus, kas mums ir ļoti svarīgs un vienmēr ir bijis viens no prioritāriem tirgiem. Un nestoties arī uz šo ekonomisko situāciju Vācijā un to, ka varbūt arī šī ceļošana ir samazinājusies, tad jāsaka, ka pozitīvi, ka mūsu statistikā Vācijas tirgus ieņem arvien augstāku vietu. Un ļoti pozitīvi rādītāji mums ir arī no Somijas tirgus. Un es domāju, ka tas ir tāds rezultāts mūsu tiešām intensīviem darbam šajā tirgu pēdējos gados. Un tātad rezultāti tādai mērķtiecīgai darbībai arī atmaksājās. Un tad varbūt tāda iezīme, ka mūsu top 10 šajos tirgu sarakstā ienāk tādi tirgi, kas varbūt iepriekš nebija, piemēram, Spānija vai ASV un Polija. Un arī šodien vēlāk prezentācijās mēs redzēsim dažādas interesantas tendences par tirgiem, no kuriem tātad šī interese palielinās, par kuriem varbūt mēs līdz šim tik daudz neesam domājuši un tik daudz tajos neesam strādājuši. Tas nozīmē, ka arī mums ir jāpaskatās arī uz šiem mērķu tirgiem, kuros mēs darbojamies, un iespējams arī jāpamaina stratēģijas. Īsumā par to, kādas tendences šobrīd ietekmē Latvijas Tūrismu. Un, zināmā mērā, pateicoties arī šim novērojumiem, mēs veidojām šodienas Latvijas Tūrisma fóruma programmu, jo nenoliedzami ir izmaiņas gan pieprasījumā, gan piedāvājumā, un tas mums ir jāņem vērā, un tieši tādēļ šodien mēs pievērsīsimies dažādām būtiskām lietām, piemēram, ilgspējīgai ceļošanai, kas pilnīgi noteikti ienāk pieprasījumā, par kuru mums ir jādomā, ka turisma nozarei, kura faktiski arī diezgan ietekmē šo klimatu un arī tātad vidi un dažādus sociālos faktorus. Un mēs redzam, ka palielinās arī pieprasījums pēc ilgspējīgas ceļošanas. Cilvēki arī sāk domāt, kādu ietekmi viņa ceļošana atstāja uz galamērķiem. Tāpat arī klimata pārmaiņas ienes izmaiņas ceļošanas plānošanā. Mēs redzam, ka mainās galamērķu pieprasījums noteiktos arī laika periodos. Arī dažādas kataklizmas un dažādi šie klimata pārmaiņas, kas ir saistīts ar karstumu vai plūdiem, ienes arī pārmaiņas šajā plānošanā. Cilvēki izvēlās arī vēsākus galamērķus, tā arī ir viena no pēdējā laika tendencēm. Un es ceru, ka arī šodien tālāk prezentācijās mēs gūsim arī lielāku ieskatu par to, kā mēs varam strādāt ar šo ilgspējīgā ceļošanas veicināšanu. Viena no arī pēdējā laika tendencēm piedzīvojuma turisms, kam arī tiek paredzēts tuvākajā laikā liela attīstība un arvien lielāks pieprasījums. Tāpat arī autentiskums. Mēs šajā gadā ļoti daudz, gan no turoperatoru puses, gan no mediju puses, esam dzirdējuši jautājumus par šo autentisko piedāvājumu, par unikalitāti. Ļoti daudz izvēlās Latviju tādēļ, ka Latvija varbūt ir mazāk zināms galamērķis ierasto galamērķu vidū, un šobrīd arī klienti arvien vairāk pieprasa varbūt mazāk zināmas un unikālas lietas un unikālas galamērķus. Un es domāju, ka šeit Latvija pilnīgi noteikti ir konkurētspējīga un Latvija ir ko piedāvāt. Un droši vien arī pēdējā laikā viena no tendencēm, kas ienāk, ir tāda lēnāka un jēgpilnāka ceļošana. Cilvēki grib iztērēt savu laiku liederīgi, varbūt mazāk patērēt laiku ceļojot un varbūt tādēļ arī uzturoties ilgāk kādā no galamērķiem, arī izpētīt kādu vietu, kuru tie ir aizbraukuši dziļāk un pamatīgāk. Un faktiski arī šāda ceļošana, lēnāka un jēgpilnāka ceļošana, droši vien arī veido tādu lielāku piesaisti vietām, kurās mēs esam un kuras mēs apmeklējam. Un, protams, tehnoloģijas, par kurām mēs runājam nepārtraukti turisma nozarē, tās nenoliedzami ienāk arī turisma nozarē, un mākslīgais intelekts šobrīd tiek izmantots gan ceļojuma plānošanā, gan arī mūsu ikdienas darba organizēšanā. Tādēļ arī par to šodienas Latvijas Tūrisma fóruma tematos. Par to, kāds ir bijis šis gads Lijā, par to, kādas aktivitātes mēs esam veikuši, lai veicinātu atpazīstamību, veicinātu Latvijas turismu. Tad šeit jums visiem labi zināmais Latvijas turisma mērķa tirgu, sarakstu un prioritātes. Un to jūs visi droši vien labi zinat, bet ar šo sarakstu es padalījos vairāk tādēļ, ka mēs šobrīd arī diskutējam ar nozares kolēģiem, ar konsultīvās padomas mārketinga grupu par to, ka iespējams arī kādu no šiem prioritāriem tirgiem mēs varētu pamainīt, ņemot vērā tās pēdējā laika tendences pieprasījumu, ko mēs redzam datos. Tādēļ iespējams 25. gadam būs arī nelielas izmaiņas šajā tirgu sarakstā un tirgu prioritātē, reaģējot tātad uz šīm izmaiņām. No komunikācijas viedokļa mēs šogad ļoti daudz runājām par gastronomijas turismu. Mēs daudz piedāvājām šo te saucamo Rīga plus piedāvājumu. Tātad Rīga, protams, nenoliedzami mums ir galvenais turisma centrs, ko apmeklē gandrīz visi ārvalstu turisti. Bet tas mūsu mērķis ir arī parādīt Latviju plašāk un parādīt arī mūsu daudzveidīgo piedāvājumu. Un tādēļ faktiski visās savos pasākumos mēs mēģinājām iekļaut arī šo te ārpus Rīgas piedāvājumu, nedaudz paplašināt arī šo te interesi par Latvijas mazpilsētām, par Latvijas šo te pārējo turismu piedāvājumu. Un, protams, dabas turisms, un mums ir šeit lieliskas iespējas un arī lieliski maršruti, kurus mēs varam prezentēt arī starptautiski. Piemēram, jūrtaka un mežtaka, kas ir ļoti populāras šobrīd un ko labprāt izmanto arī ārvalstu aktīvā turisma cienītāji. Par aktivitātēm, ko mēs esam veikuši, lielu daļu no tām jūs arī zinat un arī paši esat bijuši iesaistīti to īstenošanā. Šodien vairāk tāds kopsavilkums. Protams, viens no būtiskākajiem mūsu uzdevumiem ir veicināt šo te informācijas izplatīšanu par Latviju. Šobrīd pamatā tas ir digitālajā vidē, gan caur mūsu portālu, gan sociālajiem tīkliem, gan caur dažādiem mēdījiem, kur mēs to darām. Šogad bija tiešām liela interese arī no dažādiem ārvalstu mēdījiem par Latviju, Latvijas turismu piedāvājumu. Un šeit arī galvenie temati vai galvenās tēmas, par kurām bija interese, bija, man liekas, gastronomija, tas bija top 1. Un, protams, arī šis te gan Rīgas plus piedāvājums, gan kultūra, gan daba, kas plaši tika atspogļoti dažādos mēdījos un publikācijās. Un, protams, ka šogad mēs turpinājām strādāt arī pie mūsu atsevišķiem turisma veidiem, to popularizēšanas, darījuma turisma, veselības turisma, un šajā jomā arī tika īstenotas virkne publicitātes aktivitātes. Nenoliedzam mums gastronomijas turisma popularizēšanā palīdz arī sadarbība ar Michelīnu ceļvedi, un tātad nesen tika izziņota nākamā gada Latvijas restorāni, kas iekļauti Michelīna ceļvedī. Un, manuprāt, arī tā ir tāda gan atzinība mūsu šefpavāriem un restorāniem par viņu ikdienas darbu un vieglo darbu, gan arī, protams, tā ir papildus tēma, par kuru mēs varam runāt jau starptautiski un tātad iesaistot arī starptautiskos mēdījus. Par gastronomijas turismu runājot, Lijā šogad atbalstīja arī Latvijas komandas dalību Bocuse d'Or Eiropas čempionātā, un prieks, ka mūsu komanda ar mūsu šefpavāru Nilu Ģēbeli arī godam nostartēja šajā konkursā un dabūja arī ceļazīmi uz šī konkursa finālu, kas notiks Francijā pavisam drīz, janvāra beigās. Un turēs mīšus par mūsu komandu un atbalstīsim viņus, jo, manuprāt, arī tas veicina šo mūsu restorānu vides izaugsmi, šādas sacensības, šādas prasmju attīstība, šādi treniņi, un tas viennozīmīgi dod ieguldījumu atkal nākotnē, lai mūsu šīs gastronomijas piedāvājums arī paplašinātos un kvalitāte augtu. Šogad var teikt, ka salīdzinot ar 23. gadu, pilnīgi noteikti atgriezās interese arī par sadarbību no ārvalstu turoperatoriem, arī lielo pasākumu rīkotājiem, jo pagājušajā gadā tiešām bija tāda ļoti nogaidoša attieksme, ka daļa turoperatoru teica, paskatīsimies, kas notiks, visticamāk, ka saistībā ar šo ģeopolitisko situāciju, un bija nogaidoša attieksme, un tā kā plāni par Latvijas apmeklēšanu vai Latvijas iekļaušanu savos piedāvājumos tika atlikti. Un šajā gadā jau, teiksim, tā attieksme tika mainīta, un šogad arī uzņēmām daudz ārvalstu sadarbības partnerus Latvijā, iepazīstinājām ar mūsu turismu piedāvājumu. Un runājot par ārvalstu turoperatoriem, tad šodien mēs tiekamies Latvijas Tūrisma fórumā, kas ir tāds gada noslēguma kopsavilkuma pasākums, bet tūlīt nākamā gada sākumā mūs sagaida otrs lielais nozares pasākums, kas ir Baltūra, 7. un 9. februārī, uz ko visi arī ir aicināti. Un arī Baltūra ietvaros mēs organizēsim tādu lielu kontaktbiežu ar Eiropas turoperatoriem, kur varēs Latvijas nozares pārstāvi arī satikt klātienē, prezentēt savu produktu un tikties ar šiem dažādu valstu Eiropas turoperatoriem. Šogad, protams, turpinājām dalību arī starptautiskajās turisma izstādēs, kur piedalījās mūsu Latvijas Tūrisma nozares uzņēmumi un galamērķi. Un līdzīgs izstāžu saraksts mums arī nākamajam gadam, un arī tā ir ļoti laba iespēja veidot kontaktus un atjaunot kontaktus, vai arī satikt savus sadarbības partnerus. Un šogad, protams, tika īstenot arī virkne ar šiem biznesa pasākumiem ārvalstīs, kur mēs prezentējam Latviju, Latvijas turismu piedāvājumu, gan mūsu pašu rīkotos pasākumos, gan arī starptautiskos pasākumos, būdami tātad partneri vai dalībnieki. Un, ja runājam par tādām aktivitātēm, kas ir vairāk vai nu vietējam tirgum vai mūsu gala patērētāju auditorijai, tad šeit es gribētu pieminēt mājas kafejnīcu dienas, kas ir tāds, manuprāt, unikāls arī projekts vietējā turismā. Izpelnījies ļoti lielu atzinību no apmeklētāju puses. Šajā gadā mājas kafejnīcas Latvijā apmeklēja 86,000 apmeklētāju. Bija ļoti daudz arī dalībnieki, daudz mājas kafejnīcas, daudz galamērķis, kas iesaistījās šajā projektā. Un tā arī jau pārvērsies, manuprāt, par tādu kustību, kas aicina gan cilvēkus apceļot Latviju, gan parādīt savas prasmes un tradīcijas. Un katrā ziņā Lijā šo pasākumu arī turpinās nākamajā gadā. Šogad turpinājām arī dažādas gala patērētājiem plānotas aktivitātes Igaunijā, kur sadarbojāmies ar viņu dažādiem satura veidotājiem, viedokļu līderiem, arī ar TV3, kur mēs pārraidījām speciālu šovu par Latviju. Tāpat arī kampaņa tika īstenota Lietuvā ar Delfi, kas ir viņu lielākais ziņu portāls, un arī ar dažādiem digitālā satura veidotājiem, kas izplatīja informāciju sociālajos tīklos. Un liels pasākums notika arī Vācijā, tātad Latvijas dienas Vācijā, kur ietvaros Lijā un Latvija piedalījās kā partnervalsts. Tātad Hamburgas ostas svētkos, un kādēļ šādā pasākumā? Tādēļ, ka Hamburgas ostas svētki pulcē 1,5 miljonu apmeklētājus, tātad tā ir milzīga auditorija, kur mēs varam prezentēt arī Latvijas turismu piedāvājumu. Un līdzīgi pasākumi plānojās arī nākamajā gadā. Plānojās nākamajā gadā gan Latvijas dienas Vācijā, gan arī Latvijas dienas Japānā, tā ka tā mums arī būs papildus iespēja līdz citām nozarēm prezentēt arī Latvijas turismu. Un ministrs jau pieminēja savā runā atbalsta programmas, kuras šobrīd tiek turismu uzņēmumiem piedāvātas. Un LIA tātad administrē vairākas no tām un izmantošu arī iespēju aicināt jūs pieteikties gan uz atbalstu eksporta veicināšanai, kas ir šajā te mazo vidējo uzņēmumu attīstības programmā, gan arī pieteikties uz atbalstu digitalizācijai. Ministri jau minēja 22 projektus, kas ir iesniegti no turismu uzņēmuma puses, tātad savu procesu digitalizēšanai, bet es domāju, ka šis skaits no turismu nozares varētu pilnīgi noteikti būt lielāks. Tā kā izmantojot šo iespēju, izpētiet arī programmas iespējas, un es domāju, ka tur ļoti plašas tātad iespējas dažādu procesu un produktu digitalizēšanai. Un trešā programma turisma produktu attīstības programma, kuras ietvaros tātad šogad uzsāka darbu 8 sadarbības tīkli. Tā kā arī tā ir papildus iespēja mums gan attīstīt Latvijas turisma piedāvājumu, gan arī mazajiem vidējiem uzņēmumiem saņemt atbalstu. Kāds mums izstāsta 25. gads? Tātad pamatā LIA prioritāte būs šī eksporta veicināšana, ārvalstu turistu piesaiste un eksporta ieņēmumu palielināšana. Un tātad tās aktivitātes vai pasākumi, ko mēs veiksim arī šeit tādās lielos blokos, ir minēti prezentācijā. Un tātad īstenosim pamatā šos starptautiskās komunikācijas, mārketinga un eksporta veicināšanas pasākumus. Pilnīgi noteikti tātad es ļoti ceru, ka nākamajā gadā pozitīva ietekme būs arī šīm turisma produktu attīstības programmai, ko jau pieminēju iepriekš, un tātad šeit ir arī redzami tie klāsteri, kas ir apstiprināti, 4 tematiskie un 4 ģeogrāfiskie. Un es ļoti ceru, ka nākamā gada laikā arī mums tur sāks veidoties arī labi piedāvājumi, kurus arī tālāk mēs no LIA puses varēsim promotēt ārvalstu tirgos, jo tāds ir arī šīs programmas mērķis radīt eksportspējīgus produktus, kurus tālāk mēs varam arī prezentēt mērķi tirgos. Un pilnīgi noteikti turisms tiks prezentēts arī Pasaules ekspo izstādē Osakā, Japānā, kur Latvija un Lietuva startēs ar kopīgu paviljonu. Un tātad gan pašas izstādes ietvaros, gan arī dažādos pavadošajos pasākumos, kas visa nākamā gada laikā notiks Japānā. Arī turisms ir viena no prioritātēm, un turisms arī tiks tātad veicināts un popularizēts Japānas tirgu, kas mums arī ir viens no tādiem prioritāriem tālajiem tirgiem. Un noteikti ietekme būs arī LIA reorganizācijai, par kuru jūs esat dzirdējuši daudz, droši vien arī mediju telpā. Tā skars arī turismu departamentu, un es ceru, ka mēs tās visas iestrādes, ko mēs esam veikuši, arī saglabāsim, un tas darbs turpināsies. Viņš jau patiesībā tagad arī turpinās, un mēs jau plānojam nākamo gadu. Bet es gribētu izmantot iespēju arī pateikties turisma departamenta komandai, jo mēs tādā sastāvā būsim kopā vēl tikai nedēļu. Un, paldies kolēģiem, jo mums tiešām ir bijusi iespēja piedzīvot gan turismā visaugstākos punktus, gan viszemākos. 19. gadā, kad mums bija fantastiski rādītāji, un 20. gadā, kad turismā viss apstājās un faktiski nekas vairāk nenotika. Mums bija jādara pilnīgi citas lietas, nekā mēs to esam ieraduši darīt ikdienā. Bet es domāju, ka tas ir bijis gan interesants, gan arī pieredze bagātinošs laiks. Tā kā Paldies kolēģiem un turpināsim darbu jaunā kapacitātē, jaunos sastāvos, bet lielākā daļa no turisma departamenta kolēģiem arī darbu Lijā saglabās un turpinās. Un paldies jums par nemitīgu atbalstu un arī sadarbību ikdienas darbos un Latvijas popularizēšanā, un tikai kopā jau mēs varam to turismu arī attīstīt un veicināt. Paldies jums visiem!
Uzkavējies, lūdzu, Ines. Ines, lūdzu, uzkavējies, jo mums vajadzēs tevi arī pie palīdzības apbalvošanas ceremonijā. Vēlreiz aplausus, lūdzu. Pirms mēs ķeramies pie darba un uzklausām iedvesmojušus stāstus, un mums šodien šeit tiešām ir grandiozi runātāji, no kuriem mēs varētu pamācīties, kā skatīties nākotnē, kam gatavoties, ko darīt un būt gataviem uz visu, kas notiek. Bet pirms tam vēl studentu zinātnes pētniecisko darbu 2024. gada konkursu apbalvošanas ceremonija. Ik gadu, ja gadījumā jūs pirmo reizi dzirdat par tādu, ik gadu visas Latvijas augstskolas, kurās tiek veikti aktuāli pētījumi turisma jomā, tiek aicināts iesniegt studentu darbus konkursu izvērtēšanai. Tas galvenais mērķis ir sekmēt pētījumu veikšanu, kas sniedz Latvijas turisma attīstībā nozīmīgu ieguldījumu. Tiek veicināta inovatīva ideju izstrāde, turisma mērķu tirgu izpēte, turisma produktu analīze un attīstība, kā arī jaunu tehnoloģisko risinājumu integrēšana nozarē. Papildus tam, protams, tiek atbalstīta studentu zinātniskā darbība turisma jomā un vēlams jaunu asiņu pieplūdums industrijā arī kā rezultātā. Vārds sakot, nereti labas idejas paliek nepamanītas, un šis ir pasākums, kurā mēs pilnīgi noteikti gribam tās celt šeit gaismā. Balvas ieguvēji saņems arī dāvanu kartes ceļošanai pa Latviju. Un nav stāsts tikai par pašu darba autoriem, bet arī par darba vadītājiem. Vai šeit Ieva Jāgeri joprojām ir? Ieva? 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 Labi, tad mēs lūksim Inesai palīgā ar balvu un diplomu pasniegšanu. Un vēl arī Lijā Tūrisma departamenta vecāko projektu vadītāju Kristīni Mitskāni lūdzu, lai var parūpēties arī par ziediem. Jā, laipni lūgti, tepat uz skatuves jau gatavojamies. Un sāksim mēs ar 3. vietu. 3. vieta – Rēzeknes Tehnoloģija akadēmijas inženieru fakultātes studiju virziena informācijas tehnoloģija, datortehnika, elektronika, telekomunikācijas, datorvadība un datorzinātne maģistra darbs lielo valodu modeļi turisma uzņēmē darbībā Latgales reģionā. Darba autore Guna Kaņepe, darba vadītāji inženieru zinātņu doktors, viesdocents Imants Zarembo un ekonomikas zinātņu doktore, asociētā profesore Lienīte Litauniece. Aplausi, lūdzu! Tad mēs aicinām kādu no augstskolas saņemt pārstāvi. Ja? Jo mums nav ieradušies paši uzvarētāji. Tā. Man tagad jāsaprot, ir kura aploksne ir kura. Aha, šī aploksne arī ir jānodod. Un ziedus arī noteikti lūdzu nodod. Ja? Drīkst arī aplaudēt. Pagā, visus nē. Visus jānodod, ja? Iedomāju, viss šis te jāved ir uz Latgali. Labi. Vienu bildi mums arī vajag, lai mēs zinām, kā Kristiāna ir saņēmusi šo balvu. Ines, nāciet lūdzu nostājieties un Kristīna blakus. Ja? Bildi un aplausī! Īstenībā, piedod lūdzu, Kristiāna, visas tās aploksnes ir jādod. Gandrīz izdevās. Jā, starp citu par tām aploksnēm. Autors saņem dāvanu karti 200 eiro vērtībā ceļošanai pa Latviju, un darba vadītājs saņem dāvanu kartes 50 eiro vērtībā šajā 3. vietā. 2. vieta. Rīgas Stradiņu Universitātes veselības un sporta zinātņu fakultātes akadēmiskā maģistra studiju programma Sabiedrības veselība, maģistra darbs medicīnas turisma attīstība Latvijā. Darba autore Gunta Ušpele, darba vadītājs, asociētais profesors, medicīnas zinātņu doktors Dzintars Mozgis, un autors saņems dāvanu karti 200 eiro vērtībā, darba vadītājs saņem dāvanu karti 100 eiro vērtībā. Dāvanu varētu saņemt hotelu Jūrmala spā pārstāvi, jo esot cieši saistīts ar darīto. Ja, laipni lūgti. Jā, visi pušķi. Un tās aploksnes arī taisam bildi. Paldies! Un pirmā vieta. Pirmajā vietā autors saņems dāvanu kārtu 300 eiro vērtībā ceļošanai pa Latviju. Un darba vadītājs saņems dāvanu kārtu 150 eiro vērtībā. Paldies! Vidzemes augstskolas, sociālo zinātņu fakultātes turisma, konkurētspējas, vadības, maģistra darbs, digitālo tehnoloģiju, viedā izmantošana turisma un viesmīlības sektorā, reģionālo galamērķu konkurētspējas paaugstināšanai. Latgales reģiona piemērs. Darba autore Jelena Jaško un darba vadītājs, asociētais profesors, geogrāfijas doktors Andris Klepers. Laipni lūgt uz skatuvī! Jelena. Profesor kungs. Laipni lūgtī. Šeit lūdzu jūsu aploksni un ziedi. Lūdzu. Viena skaista bilde, lūdzu. Piedod, mikrofons būs vajadzīgs. Jo šoreiz mēs izmantosim izdevību un uzvarētājiem ir jārunā. Lūdzu, Jelena, tev ir jāstāsta, kas ir jādara, lai nākamo reizi pretendenti uzvarētu. Lūdzu. Iedrošinošs aplauss.
Paldies. Tas no vienas puses ir pārsteigums, no otras puses piekritu ieguldītais darbs, un ne tikai no manas puses, gan no Vidzemes augstskolas puses, jo te ir vairāku faktoru salikums. Jāmīl šī nozare, jāstrādā šeit, jābūt labiem skolotājiem, tie, no kuriem gribas ņemt piemēru un gribas virzieties uz priekšu un tiešām atstāt kaut ko un padarīt šo nozare labāko un atstāt ieguldījumu gan savam reģionam, savai pilsētai, gan saviem kolēģiem un visai nozarei. Paldies!
Paldies, Jelena! Paldies! Kleperkungs! Darba vadītājiem arī kas jāsaka. Tev savukārt jāstāsta, kā tev gāja strādājot ar Jelenu?
Jā, dārgie klātesošie, prieks būt šeit, prieks būt vadītājiem, tik ļoti centīgiem studentiem, kuri patiesībā ir ar tik ārkārtīgi labu pieredzi nozarē, ka visas tās zināšanas, ko var iedot no teorētiskās puses, viņas burtiski tiek uzreiz pieprasīts un liktas lietā. Un patiešām mēs izdarījām ļoti precīzi to darbu, ko šodien galamērķu vadībā sauc par tirgus inteliģenci, ar datu palīdzību dabūt tos argumentus, kas daudz efektīvāk ļauj izmantot vienmēr pietrūkstošo naudu. Tas arī īsumā. Lai visiem veicās. Paldies!
Paldies jums un aplausī! Paldies! Paldies arī Kristīnai un Inesei par piedalīšanos. Paldies jums! Bet mēs ķeramies pie fóruma stāstiem. Šis ir brīdis, kad izvilkt mobilos telefonus, gatavoties fotografēt prezentācijas, pierakstīt atziņas. Es aicināšu skatuvi kā vienu no pirmajiem, un prezentācija būs angļu valodā. Vēl joprojām ir pieejams tulkojumās ierīces, varat kādu kolēģi aizsūtīt pakaļ. Aicināšu vienu no pasaulē pazīstamākajiem tendenču ekspertiem. Lielas tendenču izpētes komandas vadītājs, sadarbojies ar turismu un citu dažādu jomu pasaules vadošajiem spēlētājiem. Ja jānosauc klienti, tad tie ir piemēram IKEA un Microsoft. Regulāri tiek intervēts BBC un New York Times, bet CNN viņu ir nodevējis par the ultimate guru of cool. Un šodien viņš solās ieskatīties turismu nākotnē arī Latvijas kontekstā. Turisma tendences 2025. Ko turisti patiesībā vēlas, pirms viņi to vēl nezina. Tāpēc lūdzam visus sirsnīgi sveikt Danielu Levinu. Daniel, we are more than excited to welcome you to the stage.
Thank you.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much.
Here you go.
Well, thank you, everybody. You've heard I am a trends expert, and a lot of people don't really understand what trends are. They mistake them for fads. So I wanted to start by saying that trends are not fads. They're two different things. And I thought one of the most fun ways to show you the difference is to show you a couple of the most exciting fads that we've seen over the last year. Some of you may know these. Babies in watermelon overalls. You take a watermelon, cut it out, put a baby in there. I've seen it all over the internet. I spoke to a woman yesterday, I showed her this, and she said, "I'm never eating watermelon again." It's a fad. Or perhaps you've seen the fad where you go to some beautiful spot in the world. This is Marina Bay Sands in Singapore. And you hold up 2 hot dogs as if they're legs and take pictures of them. These are fun fads, but fads are not trends. Fads are something that come and go very quickly, and trends are something that we can really make a business plan around. Now, when most people think about trends, they think about statistical trends, statistics, measurable changes in numbers. And that's very important, obviously, to know what your customers, how many customers there are, how much they're spending, for example. If you look at Latvia's GDP going to 2029, these are important numbers for business people. But today, I want to give you a presentation that's really different. I'd like to help you think outside of the box, think about your customers differently. And what we do, I run a trends consultancy in New York, and as you heard, I work with companies across industries. And we have thousands of trend spotters around the world. And these are people who every day when they see something new happening in a demographic or a psychographic or someplace else in the world, they send us this information, and then we put that together to understand what those numbers mean. We work with destinations and companies who supply us with the numbers, but then we take the numbers and we say, okay, but who are these people? What do they want? What are they looking for? And what I thought I would do today, I wanted to give you a very unusual presentation, I think especially for Latvia, where hopefully I can help you think about customers differently. We took a close look at the feeder markets for Latvia in the next couple of years, and we looked at what's motivating people to act, why they're traveling. And these kinds of trends we call mindset trends. Mindset trends are measurable changes in sentiment. That's the way people are thinking and feeling. And when you can see a large group of people, your customers, going to a certain place or wanting the same kinds of hotels or restaurants or experiences, this is the mindset trends. And this kind of trends, I like to think of it as the sexy side of trends, the other side of the brain from just the numbers. It's sort of the secret sauce which gets you inside of the heads of your customers. So, you know, one way to think about it is when Charles Darwin made his great discovery, he saw the numbers, he saw what was happening, but then he took those and went, aha, evolution. And so these are the sorts of ideas that I brought with me today. And I brought 3 trends. The first one is that we're seeing that visitors want quick answers anytime. You know, some companies, big companies, can offer sales and support anytime, 24/7, by calling, texting, emailing, messaging. But most small companies, and especially in travel and tourism, can't offer that service. The problem is that trends are not siloed by industry. Trends are what we're thinking and feeling, and we're being trained by companies outside of tourism to expect those same things in tourism and in every industry. So it's a real challenge when you see big companies offering this kind of customer service, and you think, yeah, but we're a small company, what can we do? The reason that they're offering this service is because people are busier than they've ever been in the history of humanity. How many people here feel like you have enough hours in the day to do everything you need to do? A few. There's a few hands. And how many of you have never raised your hands in public before? Okay, a few more, probably. So the thing is, we're being trained by companies to have our lives go even faster and faster. It's like a feedback loop. Like you've used Google, Gmail, autocomplete. You're writing your Gmail, and it fills in what you want to say, perhaps before you even know that you want to say it. Now, does that give you more time to just go on vacation? Because you've done so many, no, what it does is it gives you more time to write even more emails or to do whatever else you need to do business-wise. So it's made us work more, really. The promise of technology used to be that it would make us all relax and have extra time. But in fact, exactly the opposite has happened. And it's training us to be even busier than we are. Companies like this is from Amazon, but there's a lot of big companies that offer one-click checkout. When you're online, you could just check out with one click. Because if you have to click twice these days, it's too much. People are going to leave. It's one click. And you think that's funny, but there's some companies now that even think that one click is too much. Like Domino's Pizza, on their app, in many countries, they've created zero-click ordering. And what that is the first time you open the app, you order what you want, 2 pizzas and 2 sodas. And every time after that, all you need to do is open the app and then do nothing for 30 seconds, and it will put in your last order. Zero-click ordering. Because we're so busy. I mean, it's sort of crazy. It's why in most McDonald's around the world now there's self-serve kiosks, which also, by the way, has a generational component to it, because we're seeing that younger generations are using self-serve because they don't want to talk to a human, and older generations are sometimes still going to talk to the human because they don't want to use the technology. But of course, from a trends perspective, that's changing. So what is a smaller company supposed to do? Well, one thing to realize is that what's changed in the world in the last few years is people are looking for answers any time of day or night. And so one thing that companies are doing is they're really pumping up their FAQ pages, their frequently asked questions pages, because we know that people are looking for answers from you at 3 o'clock in the morning. So the trick to make things speedy for customers is to give them the tools to get answers for themselves when they need it. And the FAQ pages have gotten quite sophisticated. The reason I put this particular slide here is because it's dynamic and it changes according to the time of the year, the time of the day, and even sometimes the person who's looking to ask the questions. Where the questions will appear on the page will change depending on who it's being served to. This technology is pretty advanced, but it doesn't always have to be that way to serve customers. In New York, where I'm from, one of my favorite examples that I've seen in the last couple of months is in many food markets, they have something they're calling a man aisle because they think that men hate shopping for food. So they put everything a man would want in one place. A man could just walk in and go, yes, I want potato chips and beer, and I'm out of there. Not a bad idea. So questions to ask your team around this concept that, customers are looking for answers very quickly and at any time of day is, how can we make interacting with us faster and easier? just a big question. How do we make it more streamlined to do that? How can we improve our self-help sales and service? And maybe think of it in terms of, are we easy to work with at 3 o'clock in the morning? The next trend, and by the way, I brought 4 trends with me, is about wellness and the idea that visitors want wellness redefined. Now, in travel and tourism, this idea of wellness is something that's been with us for a few years now. But what's changing is not that people want wellness, but that they want even more of it in every part of their lives. And the idea, the meaning of wellness is being redefined. So when this word first came into travel, people thought of wellness as being about physical wellness. And it led to the opening of a lot of spas and ways for people to feel physically better. But the concept is expanding to spiritual, intellectual, emotional, environmental, social, about being with friends. All of these things are wellness, and it's what people are looking for when they're traveling. But as I said, these trends are not siloed by industry. It's really what people are looking for in every part of their lives, but certainly when they're traveling. But by example, we're seeing now in companies that human resource officers are changing their title to wellness officers. They're about the wellness of their employees. And we're seeing that in the drinks industry, in beverages, that the fastest growing segment of the drinks industry is beverages that are functional, that help you in some way. They don't just taste good, but they're good for your brain, or probiotics for gut health. This is the expansion of the idea of wellness. We're seeing in shops around the world that obviously stores get it, that people are looking for wellness, and they're incorporating the idea of wellness not just by telling people about it, but by showing them. And I love this example. It's from the Innisfree store in Seoul, Korea, and they sell beauty products, and they sell them in glass bottles. And they created the store, the whole sort of outside of the store is created with 250,000 used glass bottles from their own store. And it's a way of showing their customers that they understand this concept of wellness. Pretty much every hotel that we're seeing coming online around the world in the next 5 years is being built with this space, this public areas where people can work alone together. Again, because it's this idea of wellness, that being with other people is part of the idea of wellness that people are looking for. In one of the most creative examples of this that I've seen in the past year is a hotel in London that has partnered with a local university, and they're bringing in different professors each night to give a mini lecture at the bar. They're calling it drinking lessons. This is a hotel that primarily caters to business travelers, and it's a great excuse for business travelers to go up to the bar, learn something, and also meet other people who are staying in that hotel. I mean, I see this in every industry, the idea that wellness is something that's making money for companies and businesses that embrace it. I mean, let's imagine you're in the nightclub industry. How do you embrace wellness to get customers to come to you? Well, this is a club in Amsterdam where they created the dance floor on top of a material that when you're dancing, it moves up and down slightly, creating electricity, which goes back and powers the club. It's the world's first green dance club. And of course, there's a battery that shows how much energy is being created on that dance floor. I don't know if I should tell you this one. Well, I was showing this to a hotel owner last week, and she looked at it and she said, "We should connect our beds to that." Can I say that at this event? I hope so. So questions you might ask your team around this idea of wellness is, first of all, just what can we do to increase wellness in our offerings? And that again, that might mean social wellness. How can we improve our offerings to make them more social, physical, emotional, intellectual? Well, I'm telling you that what I see in my office every day is that these are the kinds of things that are motivating people to choose to spend their time at certain businesses. The next trend I brought is visitors want transparent sustainability. And again, sustainability, this term that shouldn't be new for any of you. But what's different is that we're seeing it the importance of it being transparent, companies being clear and honest about their sustainability. With all these trends, trends are when you can measure it going in a certain direction. And these are trends, you recognize these because they're trends, because they're part of what's going on in the business right now. But this idea of transparent sustainability comes, of course, because it used to be that companies were telling guests or clients or customers or visitors all about themselves. And now, of course, these days, visitors are asking each other about your businesses and about which destinations they should go to and which hotels they should stay in. And social media and the internet has made that happen. But what we've seen is that if companies are not telling the truth, it's really hurting them. This slide, this is from Airbnb. Somebody posted this online. They were showing the swimming pool that they saw in the photo in Airbnb. And then here's a picture when they actually got there. The transparency idea is, you can see why that's so critical. And again, these trends are not siloed, particularly in travel and tourism. It's not like people are looking for transparency in travel and tourism, but not everywhere else. We're being trained by everything that's around us. So people who come for travel experiences are also buying shoes that are coming with sustainability facts. And these facts that we're seeing shared with clothing are getting more and more specific. In this case, the sustainability facts show the effect of these shoes, creating and buying these shoes, on the people who create them, the wages that they're making, the health and safety in their factories, workers' rights and governance, and then also the health of the planet, about sustainable carbon footprints and these sorts of things. It's getting more so. The other thing about trends is trends keep getting more intense. And so what's going to happen next year is even more than this past year. I was just at a sushi restaurant where they put edible QR codes on each piece of fish, showing you what kind of fish it is and whether it was sustainably caught. Is that too much information for your sushi? Probably, but I liked it a lot from the perspective of transparency and showing that this sushi place gets it. They understand the power of transparency. But I don't think you have to hit customers over the head with, we're transparent. And one of my favorite examples recently is we're seeing in a lot of restaurants around the world where on the menus, they're printing the names of everybody who's working in the restaurant. You often see, it's very common to see on a menu where they'll print the chef and maybe the person who's in charge of the front of the house manager. But in this case, they're showing the names of everyone who works in the kitchen. And the idea is that without telling you, they're showing you the good that you're doing, the sustainable good that you're doing by eating in that restaurant. And again, it's a trend because we're seeing more and more of this around the world. We're seeing now, of course, that restaurants are not just plating food so that it looks good to your eye, but plating food so that it looks good for the camera. And in fact, at the top restaurant schools in the world, they have classes now, not just to make food look good, but to look good for the camera. That's a change that's going on. And I love this concept of plating for the camera, making it look good for the camera, not just for food, but of course for any business and every business. And that thought about, are we making our business look good for the camera, not just look good for the eye? This idea of people sharing about our businesses online, it's sometimes for a lot of companies, it can feel oppressive. It can feel like there's so much that people are telling about us and saying things that are not necessarily so nice, which is why I love this sign. I was in London recently, and I saw this outside a restaurant. It said, "Come try the worst fish and chips one guy on TripAdvisor ever had in his life." That was a funny sign. So, of course, you know, I saw that. I thought, okay, I need to go and try that. So I went in and I had it. And actually, this guy was correct. It was the worst fish and chips. So sometimes they're right. So questions to ask your team around this concept of transparency is, what more can we share to be seen as more trustworthy? You know, I put the word trustworthy there because transparency equals trust. When companies are transparent, people believe them. When they're clear and honest about what they do. Even not saying we're the best, but hey, we're the second best. Like, if that's true, that's more powerful than saying we're the best when you're clearly not. So, you know, what can we share to be seen as more trustworthy? What can we share online and with customers? How can we make our offerings even more clear? Be very clear about what people can expect when they come and visit you. And how can we better encourage guests to share experiences? And that's all about, you know, again, plating for the camera. The last trend that I brought is a little bit different, and it's about visitors want to find you differently. The world is changing in the way that people are finding businesses, and especially in travel and tourism. Travel and tourism, in a way, is leading this change in the way that visitors are searching differently for the experiences that they're going to have. Now, one thing is, of course, it's still on social media. There's so much going on social media. If you look just over the last couple of years, the share of online time that people are spending on social media is increasing. That means for all the time that people are on the internet, they're spending more time on social media every month than they were in the last month. So it's one thing just about the importance of social media and why, you know, that's where it's important to put your marketing energies. And in those social medias, we're seeing, of course, that depending on who your customers are, they may be looking for you about how to do things on Instagram or on TikTok. TikTok has become a search engine. People are asking questions on TikTok and looking for answers about where is the best restaurant to eat in Riga, for example. In Snapchat, some of you may be familiar with, they now have heat maps so that you can see where people are going in a particular city. They'll show you where people are. So if you're looking for a nightclub that's busy right now, you can see that on the Snapchat heat maps. But the biggest change that's happening is in search in general. And Google is almost history. I mean, the challenge of Google search, anyhow, is that it's really just older people who are using it, like they used to in the past. Younger people are not using Google like people were a few years ago. And this is why. Because if you put in which hotels in Riga, Latvia offer connecting rooms, rooms that connect, that are next to each other with a door, that's a very hard search to do on Google. They'll give you a list like this, and then you have to click through each one and see, maybe each one of these things mentions rooms that connect. Maybe they don't. I don't know why that's necessarily giving you that. Well, some are sponsored results. But of course, the huge change is in AI and AI search engines. The one that I use the most is called Perplexity, and I ask the same question: which hotels in Riga, Latvia offer connecting rooms? And it doesn't give me a list of links to search, it gives me answers. I like to think of these new engines not as search engines, but as research engines. And here, so the answers it gave me is Hampton by Hilton Riga Airport. This hotel offers a variety of room types, including family connecting rooms. Park Inn by Radisson Riga. This hotel provides the option for connecting rooms. Mercure Hotel Riga Center offers connecting family rooms. Radisson Blue Hotel and Spa. This hotel also has connecting adjoining rooms. Now, we've all heard about generative AI hallucinating and giving answers that maybe are not correct. And I don't know, is this correct? I'm not even sure. I don't know that you would, but it very well may be. The thing is that it's just in its infancy, this whole idea of AI questioning. And today, this generative AI, these research engines, are the worst that they will ever be for the rest of our careers. And that's why it's so important. Not because they might not be perfect today, but because they will be perfect tomorrow. Now, in my office, I would say every week we're seeing 10 to 15 new travel apps that are using AI to give answers. So they have an AI backend, but they're making it look very beautiful for travelers. This is just one example where people can put in questions about creating an itinerary, and it's giving these AI answers. Now, I'm not going to get really technical about this. I know we have a presentation on generative AI that's coming up today. Super important. But I just wanted to show you from a trends perspective how important this is for the rest of our careers, and I think, and show you a little bit about why. This AI is obviously a very forward-thinking way of doing things, but so many creative people are coming up with ways of using AI so that it gives users the answers that they're looking for. And one of my favorites I just saw recently is a restaurant with the best name. It's called Thai Food Near Me, right? Because they know what people are searching for. So the restaurant comes up. It's great. I thought it was really funny, but they didn't get it perfect because I am thinking of opening a restaurant next door called Best Thai Food Near Me. Then I'll get all that business. So questions to ask your team around this idea of AI is, what other information can we add to our websites? And as you may hear this afternoon, where is the generative AI engines getting information from? Well, they're getting information from the web, and it seems like they're focusing on information that seems authoritative and is driven by numbers, by trends and numbers. So these are the sorts of things that you could put on your website. And some people are creating a lot of different websites for one business. So if you're a restaurant, you might have a website that's just about the food, and another one that's just about the service, and another one that's just about the ambiance. Again, trying to game these AI engines. How can we create more video? Because these generative AI engines are reading videos. They're not just reading websites, but they're looking through videos. And how can we incentivize visitors to talk about us more on social? Because the generative AI is parsing all the social media as well. So in some ways, it's really a challenge because all these things that you've been doing already are getting more so, and efforts need to be redoubled on that. So to recap my presentation today, the first trend that I spoke about is visitors want quick answers anytime. We're living in the fastest, most challenging times where people just don't have enough time on their hands to do everything they want to do. Companies are finding a benefit to helping customers make their lives easier by giving them what they want quickly at any time, because they know that we're all so extremely busy. Visitors want wellness redefined. Wellness is not just about spas. Wellness is about friends and family and all the things about being good and well in your life, in every part of your life. It's about the holistic wellness. Visitors want transparent sustainability. Sustainability is key and super important. And it's changing now. Sustainability used to be just about the planet. Now sustainability is about the people, us, who are living on that planet as well. And they're looking for that transparency from the companies that they're working with. And then finally, I wanted to give you a little bit about visitors want to find you differently. We're in the beginning of a huge change in the way that people are searching for your businesses. The reason I speak at a lot of events, I guess let me just end on a personal note. I speak at a lot of events. Tourism is my favorite industry. And it's my favorite because you're actually helping people create things in their lives and live their best lives. When people are asked, what do they dream about doing? They dream about traveling. And I didn't bring all these trends to you to wag my finger and say, you must do all of these to succeed. I wanted to show you what we're seeing in our office. And I saw a lot of people taking photographs. And I hope just one of these ideas was something that you thought, wow, we could do that. And take that back to your team and say, how can we incorporate a bit more of this in our lives? And so it's not that you have to do all of these things that I said to succeed, but what's so wonderful about, and what I love about this industry is that you get to create meaningful experiences that positively impact people's lives. Now, when Charles Darwin came up with his ideas, his idea was it's not the largest or strongest that survive, but those most responsive to change. And this is the same reason why trends are so important. You don't have to be the largest or the strongest, but you have to see the trends and be able to change as those new trends are happening. So that's my presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for having me here in Riga. And I wish you a lot of success. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Daniel. Thank you. So let's see if we have any questions. By the way, one of the questions was, do you think the tourism industry has become more creative in last year? Because the AI images, AI texts, they all seem similar?
I think that's true. You're saying that AI is sort of making everything seem generic in a way, which is a lucky thing for us humans. I don't think that humans are finished yet. And so the creativity, in a way, is becoming more important than it was for exactly the reasons that you're talking about.
All right. Any other questions from the audience? Laura, ja gadījumā kādam ir jautājums, lūdzu, var tikt arī pie mikrofona. Vienkārši paceļam roku. Brīdina Laura. Laurai mīļākais sporta veids ir tautas bumba. Tā kā droši. Arī tad, ja jūs esat tālāk. Nu, labi. Okay, Daniel, what are your first impressions about Latvia? Maybe you already have an opinion. What are the things we need to improve?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. And I travel a lot, really a lot. And in fact, my bragging, I'll brag, I'll be an American and brag for a moment, that when I got my passport renewed, it had 2 extra pages filled with stamps. And the woman who renewed my passport said she hadn't seen one so big since she renewed Bill Clinton and Henry Kissinger.
Woohoo!
So it's another reason why I was so excited to come here, and I wanted to tell you that I actually came here 3 days ago because I wanted to see more of Riga. And I knew already how impressive Riga is. And I don't need to tell you how wonderful Riga is, but what struck me is that what we're seeing in our office is that this country is becoming more popular with Americans and people from Western countries, especially as you change your focus towards the West. And it's a country that's it's not for first-time travelers from the West. It's for people who are more sophisticated and have been to London and Paris, and they're looking to do things that their friends haven't done. And I think that's important to keep in mind, that you're not looking to recreate a generic travel experience. What you have here is really unique, and people are looking for unique experiences to brag about when they come back home and say, have you been to Riga? That's the place. And just from again, I'm not showing you graphs and charts today, but as you're seeing in the next couple of years, things are looking very positive for Latvia, and that's the reason.
So the slogan of Riga would be, Riga, not for the beginners.
I think that's perfect. I love it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Daniel. Oh, we have one. Yeah, is it? Okay, here goes the catch box.
Hi, Daniel. Thank you so much for your presentation. Really enjoyed it. Alice from Mogatel Hotel Group wanted to ask you, since you're here now, do you see we are completely different of a market than saturated Europe is? And do you think it's an advantage? And how do we make sure that those first-time travelers feel that they are also appreciated? Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, my feeling is, look, I think the first-time travelers who've been coming to Riga specifically are not the highest spending travelers. And I think there's such a huge market here to attract more sophisticated, higher spending travelers than you have done. And that's, for me, from what I'm seeing, the promise and the excitement. And I'm not sure if I'm answering your question correct. Am I answering?
Well, what would be the selling point for the first-time travelers in Latvia, for example? That was probably the question.
Well, I think first-time travelers are much more, they're looking for something more superficial. And so, just the beauty of Riga, that's clear to everybody. You don't need to be special to see that. But what's deeper is understanding the history and the culture and what makes this place special in the ways that speak the language of wellness. Mm-hmm. It's about the people you meet and the people who you come here with and the experiences that you have. People in travel, we talk a lot about experiences being, that's what people want these days, not things. They want experiences, and that's why travel is so wonderful. But let's take that a step further and say, what kind of experiences are people looking for? And what Riga and Latvia has that's special is experiences that people can't have everywhere else, and that's really the culture and the history and the music and the food and mm-hmm. things that that's really specific and unique to this place.
Thank you. No, we don't have more time for questions, but you can meet Daniel during the coffee break, right?
Yes, and you know, I love, as I said, travel and tourism is my favorite industry. I love talking about this. I would love if you'd get in contact with me and let's have a conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Oh, wow, wow, this is going to be intense. We have so many great speakers yet to come. Pirms mēs turpinām, šeit ir arī viens sveiciens jānodod. Jo Ines Šīrova teica paldies savai komandai par līdzinējo darbu turisma departamentā. Un arī komanda gribēja, lai jūs aplaudējat Inesai par viņas darbu. Komanda, kur jūs esat? Jā, komanda, lūdzu, piedalīties. Paldies par jūsu atbalstu. Paldies, paldies komandai arī. Brīnišķīgi. Dodamies tālāk. Parunāsim par datiem. Tie gan mūsu darba, gan turismu vēlmi atspulgs, gan virzienrādītājs. To apmēram saprot, kur mēs esam, kur mēs dodamies, kas mums jādara. Datu analītikas uzņēmuma Forward Keys pētniecības un mārketinga komandas vadītājs, kas pie mums ir ieradies no Valencijas. Un viens no pasaules vadošiem ekspertiem ceļojuma izpētē un galamērķu mārketingā regulāri uzstājas ar 10 prezentāciju par attiecīgo tēmu, identificējot jaunākās ceļojuma tendences, prognozējot nākotnes ceļojuma modeļus un veidojot prognozes par nākotnes ceļotāju uzvedību. Pirms pievienošanās Forward Keys komandai vadīs pētniecības komanda Amsterdam Marketing, un jūs jau zināt, kāds ir rezultāts, padarot Amsterdamu par ļoti populāru galamērķi. Tā kā, ko statistika stāsta par Latviju, iespējams šeit jūs saņemsiet atbildes, kuras līdz šim vēl nesaņēmāt. So, please welcome Forward Keys pētniecības un mārketinga direktors Olivier Ponti. Olivier, welcome to the stage. Here's your instruments, and good luck.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure being here. I know old speakers say that, but I'd like to say this nonetheless. I would like to thank you all for having me here. And that thank you really comes from the heart, because what you've given me today already is an experience which I will not forget. So let me explain. I arrived in Riga yesterday in the middle of the night. It's my first time, never been here before. And I had never heard the Latvian language before. So just imagine my very first contact with the Latvian language was this incredible piece of music that we heard at the very beginning. So all of a sudden, this language came from being completely unknown to me to being one of the most beautiful languages in the world. So we heard this morning, I think this was Mrs. Jager saying, well, travelers, they can depart from the destination with their hearts filled with experiences. This is just the beginning of my stay, and I know that when I will leave this place, my heart will be filled to the brim. So very much looking forward to it, and very much looking forward to this presentation. So what are we going to talk about? You will have noticed we're looking at the title of this presentation. I am an economist, and I come up with really boring titles. But at least they say what they're supposed to say. So we're going to talk about travel trends to Latvia. We're trying to put Latvia in a much broader context. And we'll also focus on some business opportunities for the destination. So before I start sharing some insights, just a few words about the data. So the title is lousy, but the data is really good. So let me tell you a few words about this. We're Forward Keys. We're a travel analytics company. We're based in Valencia, Spain. And what we do is tell our clients, who will be traveling where and when. So how do we do this? We look at what's happening on the supply side of the market. So which routes are airlines planning to operate? We know this for all the airlines. And we also look at the demand side of the market. We look at what people search for prior to booking their trip, not by doing random Google searches, no, going on specific meta search engines like Kiwi.com, Kayak, Wigo, you name it, pretty much, Google Flights, all of them, so that we understand what their travel intent is. Okay, I want to depart from Valencia, I want to go to Riga at a specific date. That's what we're tracking. We're also tracking the bookings which are being made and the tickets which are being issued, thanks to the exclusive partnership we have with IATA and all the global distribution systems worldwide. And this makes it possible for us to look into the future, because when you make a booking now, that's for a trip that is going to take place in the future, whether that future is tomorrow or a year from now. So that's what I'm going to use to tell you a bit more about what's happening in Latvia at the moment. One of the recent developments from the company is that we're also trying to understand better what's happening at destination level, using geolocalized data so that we understand how people move, and spend data so that we understand how they spend their money. So more on this at a later stage. For this presentation, I've mainly used the air travel data because I thought that was the best fit for the topic. So let's get going. And I would like to start by putting Latvia in a more global context. What's happening in the world of travel today? If there was one word to summarize the year 2024, that would be growth. Last year, that keyword would have been recovery, but we've really switched from recovery to growth this year on a global scale. You can see the evolution of international arrivals here. You can also see the key role played by the Asia-Pacific region, which was one of the slowest to reactivate. Now, we're really back on track. I'm not saying that Asia has fully recovered. You will have noticed it here. Some of those visitors are still missing, but they're still there. Europe is growing. The US, North America is growing. South America, Asia, the Middle East, Africa, everyone's on an upward trend. That's the situation as we know it for the period ranging from January to November. Now, let's take a look into the future and see what December has in store. I try not to fall into the water, that would be nice. So December, we're also growing. As you can see, the growth is slowing down a little bit, but it's still plus 7%, which is way above GDP growth. Here again, APAC is driving the growth, but we can see that the other regions are also performing pretty well. Let's zoom in on Europe. And here I think this will be of particular interest for this audience, because what we can see is that the Central and Eastern European region is the region registering the highest growth. Why is that? Well, actually, because the recovery was a bit slower in this part of Europe. It's pretty clear why. I think the war in Ukraine had a very strong deterring effect on a number of international travelers. This is all gone, and all gone. Unfortunately, the war is still there, but travelers have understood that it's not because war is taking place in Ukraine and that these countries there are close to Russia, that they are an area of particular danger. So that's looking good for the region, looking at the year-to-date situation, as well as the expectations that we have for the month of December. So, all very encouraging. Actually, all parts of Europe are looking great. So the big picture, as I mentioned already, is growth. 10% year-to-date and 6% for the month of December. Now let's zoom in even further and look at this Eastern and Central European region, where we can see that the top destinations, Budapest, Prague, Krakow, which are registering the highest volumes of international visitors, are also registering a very high growth rate. So those destinations are going strong and are gaining market shares. Where's Riga in this story? Actually, Riga is also performing pretty well, plus 9%, but it's below the regional average and below some of the closest competitors in terms of growth, like Vilnius or Tallinn, which are catching up. So if I was cheeky, I would say, well, maybe it's because those destinations are working with us, forward keys, and they have a competitive advantage, but that would be wrong. That would be wrong because looking at what's happening in December, all the bookings that are already made, we can see that Riga is on a very strong upward trend. It's actually the second best performing destination in the month of December, which is actually a critical month given the seasonality pattern of the destination. Now, don't open the bottles of champagne yet, because as you will hear later, there's a little caveat to this linked to the evolution of lead times, but you can still internally rejoice about this positive trend, because all in all, it's still looking very, very good. So, now that we know what the big picture is, let's try and understand who those travelers are. Those travelers bringing in more revenue to the destinations and generating more international bed nights. And here, really, I'd say there are two big categories. You've got the origin markets with the largest volumes, the biggies, the ones that Ms. Sierra, I'm sorry if I pronounce your name wrong, was mentioning. We've got Germany, we've got the UK, we've got Finland, really big markets. Those markets keep growing, but they grow with a growth rate that's equal to the average or slightly below average, which is, I would say, quite normal given the size of these markets. It's more difficult to book strong growth when the market is already big. And then on the other hand, you've got smaller markets, which are more like emerging ones, that represent significant volumes already, but that are registering really high growth rates. So here in this table, you can see Austria, Belgium, Denmark, and even France a little bit, which are going strong and increasing in terms of market shares. That's for the nearby markets, which represent the bulk of international travel to the destination. Let's take a look now at long-haul markets. And I think here there are some interesting opportunities. You can see that Japan, the UAE, the US, and South Korea are booking really strong growth rates compared to last year. That's very encouraging. If I understood well the presentation that was given earlier today, many of those markets are already targeted with specific marketing campaigns. So apparently that's paying off. But we also need to keep in mind that behind those green-looking figures, there are different realities. Some markets are still bouncing back from the pandemic. They have difficulties reaching the destination due to the fact that many airlines are not able to fly over Russian airspace, for example. So Japan, South Korea are still way below where they were at the peak of 2019. So here, there's still some serious work to be done just to recuperate those travelers. The good thing is that for some other markets, like the US or the UAE, you can already see genuine growth. So those markets are reaching their all-time high. And that's great, because when the Asian markets will come back, they will keep fueling this growth, and you'll be on a really nice upward trend for quite a while, I suppose. So let's zoom in even further to understand better the profile of those visitors. And here, the story is pretty simple, really. All traveler profiles are on the rise. Whether we're looking at single travelers, families, groups, everyone's growing. That's the case for Europe. That's also the case for most of those profiles when looking at the US market, for example. You'll notice that groups, in both cases, register really strong growth rates. That's because that's the segment that was the latest to reactivate. So even though we can see strong dynamism on those markets, we can also still unfortunately notice that they are below their 2019 levels, which means, once more, that there is room for growth with a recuperation of the market that was lost. Looking at the economic profile, I would say, of travel. Darius was mentioning the fact that Latvia was still very much a destination deserved by, connected with, how should I put it, people traveling in the back of the plane, people traveling in economy seats or on low-cost airlines. It's true that most of the travelers have that profile, and that this is also where the highest growth is registered. But look at what's happening at the front of the plane. So people traveling in premium classes, they're growing as well. And it's not a one-size-fits-all situation, meaning that some markets are showing different patterns, which is why it's so important to have a very specific, a very targeted marketing approach to the different markets. Austria, for example, is a market which is increasingly well connected with Latvia, and we can see strong dynamism on the premium front. So here, maybe some good opportunities if your business is on the premium segment. So let's talk some more about opportunities. And I'd like to mention several ways you could bring tourism here to a higher level. One way is to understand better how visitors think and how they book. One of the shifts we've seen lately, not only in Latvia, actually pretty much everywhere around the world, is that people tend to book with more anticipation. You can see it here on this chart. We're looking at lead times. The share of travelers booking with a long lead time, so more than 90 days, has significantly increased with the situation last year, and it's still much higher than where it was back in 2019. Why? Because of inflationary pressure and pressure on spending powers, which encourages people to book well ahead of time so that they can be sure to secure relatively good airfares. This has an influence on when you should talk to what specific market. And that's what we can see here. Not all markets are reacting in the same way. So if you look at the UK, for example, which is at the very top of this chart, more than 40% of UK travelers will book with a long lead time, so with a lot of anticipation. Very different picture than what we can see in some more nearby markets like Sweden or Finland, where people will tend to book much more at the last minute or with much shorter lead times. So knowing when to talk to which market is key, and I think this looking at lead times for air travel is a good way to understand where to be active when. Now, another thing we've seen is that multi-destination travel is coming back. So there are some interesting collaboration opportunities, maybe, with other destinations in the region that you could consider. I'm thinking of Helsinki in particular, but Oslo, Stockholm, Vilnius are also destinations which are more often combined with a trip to Latvia. And some of those destinations, I'm thinking of Helsinki in particular, are used massively as a hub, especially for long-haul travelers, to connect with Latvia. So take American travelers, for example. Many of them will connect via Helsinki, visit Helsinki, and also visit Riga while they're, during the very same trip. Some of them will also connect via Frankfurt, but Helsinki is really key. Helsinki is also key for travelers coming from Asia. So those South Korean and Japanese travelers I was mentioning earlier, they tend to connect via Helsinki. So maybe something to explore here. Although I should stress that multi-destination trips are still not at the same level as where they were pre-pandemic. The other button you could push on to boost travel to the destination is air connectivity. Identifying underserved routes and routes that could be built because they are unserved. So good piece of news is that, in general, air connectivity is improving. So if it's easier for people to come, then you're more likely that they will come. What you can see here is that with some key origin cities, London, Stockholm, or Copenhagen, the growth rate in terms of number of seats has increased very significantly. That's the schedule for the winter season. That's very encouraging, with some key airlines like Ryanair, Air Baltic, really playing a key role in this growth. Actually, that's what I'm showing on the next slide. You can see Air Baltic, Turkish Airlines as well. Norwegian is a little bit tricky. It's not that they are growing by 800%. They have absorbed Norwegian Air Shuttle, and this artificially boosts a bit the results. But the big picture is that seat capacity is increasing. Only Ryanair is slightly decreasing, and that's linked to a number of routes that have been stopped. Now, where to focus? Now, it depends who you are. If your business is a hotel, or basically what you're looking for are tips of markets to focus on now. Well, what you want are markets which are already well connected with your destination and that are eager to discover the destination. So markets that will already be searching for the destination. Now, on this chart, let me explain in a few seconds. On the horizontal line, you can see how much people search. Okay, so the further on the right, the more people search the destination. And on the vertical axis, you can see the air capacity, so an indication of the connectivity. Is it easy to get to the destination and find a seat? So clearly, if you're in the upper right part of the chart, you're London, here, it's great. I mean, if you're working on this market, because they are eager to discover the destination and they have plenty of possibilities to reach Riga. So on the short term, that's definitely a go. If you're trying to develop the destination further and think in terms of connectivity, want to improve air connectivity as a whole, what you'll be looking at is more what's happening on the lower part of the chart. And you'll see that destinations like Dublin, for example, have a strong intent to travel, but are underserved in terms of connectivity. That will happen with Barcelona, Athens, with Paris to a lesser extent. And then there's this whole galaxy at the bottom left of the chart that you can't really see. So let's zoom in even further. You find the same destinations I was talking about, Dublin, Paris, Barcelona. But you can also see the, UK destinations like Manchester popping up, some German destinations, Düsseldorf, Cologne, and a lot of Southern European destinations. I'm surprised not to see Valencia, where I live here, because connectivity is not great, and I was searching for it. So I didn't search hard enough for it to be, often enough for it to be recorded. Now, we've seen that understanding travelers and how they book could help. We've also noticed that there was some room for improvement in terms of air connectivity. I think the next step is to try and understand how you can boost travel to your destination at the moment when you need these people the most. And that means working on the seasonality patterns. That's the seasonality index. That's our own index. We do this for all destinations in the world. For destination Latvia, 146 doesn't tell you much, as long as I haven't shown you how it looked for other destinations. You can see the two peaks in the summer and in December. Estonia, pretty much the same, 158, very similar seasonality pattern. But if you look at Lithuania, you can see the same overall seasonality pattern, but it's kind of better distributed over the year, which means that they manage to attract people even in the shoulder seasons, a little bit better. So maybe there's something to learn from what Lithuania is doing, and from who is going to Lithuania during your low season. Now, it's always easy to say, hey, you know what? Seasonality, it's important, but let's focus on the moment when we know that we're attractive because the weather is good, etc. Why not? But in a way, the high season is building up by itself. As travelers find destination Latvia, their first thought would probably be to visit Latvia during what is already the high season. And that's what we're seeing happening already, not just for Latvia, but for all the Baltic and northern countries. We're actually seeing growth rates during the summer season, during the high season, which are significantly higher than what we can see, for example, in Southern Europe, which remains very popular, but which is not growing as fast. So your high season will remain a high season, and maybe at some stage you will end up facing problems like, or issues like the ones other European destinations are facing, with unbalanced tourism and inhabitants being fed up with too many travelers. So it's important to start working on the low season now. So what can you do? Well, here maybe AI can help a little bit. What we've tried to do is use AI not just to understand what was happening now or what would happen into the future, but to start working on scenario planning and ask AI to suggest some markets you could possibly work on during those low seasons. So that's moving from predictive analytics to prescriptive analytics. So how does it work? Well, we just say, hey, look, let's pick up a number of competing destinations that have a profile rather similar to Riga. So we took, or to Latvia. We took Estonia and Lithuania. And then we said, hey, when do we need visitors the most? So we took the low season ranging from January to March. And we also said, we want some visitors, but we don't want them to generate too many CO2, too much of a CO2 footprint, so let's take them from nearby origin markets. So I think we took 1,500 kilometers max from Riga. And then we asked the AI to come up with a number of suggestions and to give us an indication of how much we could expect from each of those markets during this low season. And as you can see, for Poland, the Netherlands, Germany, Austria, or Finland, there's still room for growth. So here we're not talking about building castles in the air or starting something completely new on completely different markets. We're just saying, these markets require attention during this low season because we know that they're already eager to travel. They're already traveling to competing destinations, and you can tap into them. I think it's a great business opportunity here. So, takeaways. A few takeaways I'd like to leave you with. First of all, travel demand is strong, and it's been strong throughout the year 2024, and actually, looking at the end of the year, we can see that that demand remains. So that's very encouraging. But there are still plenty of untapped opportunities. We've seen with the underserved routes, so those routes already exist, but there are simply not enough seats, that there is room for growth. We've also seen that some markets could be easily tapped into because they are eager to travel to the destination or to competing destinations. So there's room here for you to steal travelers from competing destinations or lure people into the destination. And I think that for this, what you need to have is a smart use of the data that is available. We've seen plenty of data in this presentation, but also before. It's about collectively trying to get aligned on what is required and leverage this data at all levels, country, city, the level of your business, so that you know who to talk to when and make 2025 a success. So I'd like to thank you all for your attention. I hope you found in this presentation some room for optimism and also some good ideas to keep growing the business. Thank you.
Thank you. There's plenty of questions. Some of them were addressed to Daniel, but I guess on the statistics, maybe you could even help us better. A trend shows everything is done before we choose. They know, no, not that one. So let's see how many people have voted for the question. 13 people would like to have an answer to Sigita's question. She's from Statistics Bureau.
All right.
And the question was to Daniel, but maybe you can help. What kind of data to measure trends of tourism will be new gold, let's say, in near future? Mobile operators, satellite, etc., big data. So what kind of data to measure trends of tourism will be new?
Okay. I'll answer this question by making a step aside. Travel is a sector that's really exciting for an economist because it is very diverse. It's a very transversal sector. That makes it also very difficult to monitor because you need to have information on how people move, what they spend, how they think, many factors to take into account. And I think that there is not one single source of truth if you want to understand what's happening in the travel sector. What you need is see this as a big jigsaw puzzle. And by putting all the pieces of that jigsaw puzzle together, you'll start to understand what's happening now and what you can expect for the future. And then I think the main challenge is to leverage this information to start doing scenario planning and consider different possible futures for your destination or your business and go for that future that you think is the best for you. So what do you need? I'd say you need everything. Of course you need forward keys data, but you also need good information on what's happening on the hospitality front, not only the official hotels, but as we've mentioned, what's happening on those platforms like Airbnbs and the like. You need to understand how people think of your destination before they go to the destination, how they think of it after they've visited, so that you understand what can be improved. You need a better understanding of the spending side of things so that you understand which travelers you really need because they're bringing something to your destination, maybe because that's these travelers which are generating the highest economic impact, and which travelers you could actually skip, because there comes a point in the life of a destination when you think, okay, I have enough in terms of volumes. Now what I really need are the right type of travelers. And it's not just the economic side. Maybe it's travelers that will go to off-the-beaten-track locations, or travelers that will contribute one way or another to the life of the destination. But the point is, you need to get the data right so that you can choose. Otherwise, you just take whatever comes, and that's not a good place to be.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. The next one is, if one word for 2023 was recovery, word for 2024 was growth, what do you foresee will be the one word for 2025?
Innovation.
Innovation?
Yes, I think it's going to be about innovation, because once we've recovered, to make a difference, you really need to do things differently than your neighbors, so that people will come to you, to your business, to your destination. And that will require a fair amount of innovation.
Mm-hmm. Do you only take into account flights due to short distances? Every second guest here arrives by car.
I'm well aware of this, which is why you may have seen some discrepancies between the figures that were presented at the very beginning by Mrs. Sirava and the figures that we presented. We're only focusing in this presentation on air travel, and we are aware that this covers only one part of the whole business. But that's what I was saying. It's really about putting the pieces of that jigsaw puzzle together so that you get the big picture.
Mm-hmm. Any questions from the audience? Vai ir jautājumi zālē? Lūdzu, Laura. Just put up your hand and get the catch box. Anybody? Well, thank you very much. There's so many questions still yet to visit, but please be addressed personally. Thank you, Olivier.
Thank you.
Un tā, ikgadējais jautājums. Jautājums parādās uz ekrāna ar QR kodu. Mums ir ikgadējais jautājums. Lūdzu, lietojiet savas mobilās ierīces. Jautājums ir Slido Poll sadaļā. Tātad tā ir aptauja, kurā vajadzētu atbildēt jautājumu pāriem uz polls. Un tur ikgadējais jautājums par mākslīgā intelekta rīkiem. Stāsts ir mākslīgā intelekta rīkiem. Protams, tie parasti ir lielie valodas modeļi, mašīnu mācīšanās. Un, vai tu esi izmantojis mākslīgo intelektu turismā? Jā, nē, vēl mācos, gribētu, bet nav sanācis. Vai ir vienkārši negrasos? Nešpikojam. Tagad lūdzu, jā, tikai skenējam QR kodu, savu atbildi rakstām. 1% negrasās. Cik mums šobrīd šeit ir ļaužu? Kādi, 250, 300, ja? 1% ir 30, nē. Jā, 3 cilvēki. Labi, tātad vēl mācos, 17 gribētu, nav sanācis. Jā, 65%. Tātad visi pārējie reāli atpaliek no 2/3 jūsu kolēģu. 19% vēl mācās, gribētu nav sanācis, neizmantoja dīvainu vai dažādu iemeslu dēļ, un negrasos izmantot joprojām 3 cilvēki no klātesošajiem. Jā, vēl nobalsojam, tad nobalsojuši 235 šobrīd, līdz 250 aizvilksim. Balsojam, tad būs faktiski visi piedalījušies. Tātad samazinās to cilvēku skaits, kas saka jā, 62, vēl mācos 19, tātad kopumā faktiski var teikt, ka 80% to dara un turpina mācīties to darīt. Lielisks cipars. 3 cilvēki turpina, 2,5 cilvēki turpina neizmantot un negrasās arī to darīt. Paldies jums! Dodamies tālāk. Viņa vada un ir inovatīvā uzņēmuma Group Now dibinātāja, līdzdibinātāja. Sevi raksturo kā zinātkārt starpnozaru pētnieci, kurai interesē viss neparastais un jaunais. 17. gadā tika atzīta par vienu no Dānijas 100 talantīgākajiem uzņēmējiem, vispār no 100 talantīgākajiem uzņēmējiem. Mākslīgā intelekta un galamērķa attīstības jautājumos jūtas kā zivs ūdenī, un pirms Group Now viņa strādāja par Wonderful Copenhagen attīstības direktori. Viņas komanda saka, ka viņa vienmēr uzstāda latiņu augstāk, jo citējot viņu, mēs esam tik labi, cik labi ir cilvēki mums apkārt. Tā kā mums šobrīd ir iespēja kļūt labākiem viņas klātbūtnē. Mākslīgais intelekts turismu un galamērķu kontekstā Welcome Group Now izpildu direktoru un līdzdibinātāja Signe Jungersted. Signe, welcome to the stage.
Oh, thank you.
The clicker.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. How are you feeling? I'm the one standing between you and lunch, I believe, so bear with me for half an hour or so, then food is awaiting. I also want to start. It looked so cool with everyone else starting out here, so I'm going to do the same. Olivier had a very nice intro about the beautiful piece of music we heard this morning. I had a different piece of music as my introduction to the Latvian language, because so far almost everyone I've met here say, Signe, it's also a Latvian name. And apparently there is a quite famous song called Signe Melo. And so it's not exactly the same style we heard this morning, because my taxi driver played it to me yesterday in the car. And I also understand that it means something like Signe is lying. Yes, so I'm going to try and spend the next half an hour to not lie to you, but actually be very truthful. My name is Signe, or in Danish, Signe, and I'm the CEO of a company called Group Now. We work with destinations around the world on strategic programs, on strategic development, on innovation programs. It really spans very widely, from everything from community engagement to benchmarking analysis, and then also to a collaborative program that we're currently running called AI Opener for Destinations, which is all about exploring what will be the impact of AI and how do we approach it in tourism and in destinations. Now, I'm going to start up with a disclaimer, which is I am not a professional technologist, but I am professionally curious, and I am extremely curious as to the field of tourism and the landscape of destinations, and so hence also very curious about what AI will do to this world that we're all living in and that we're all working in as well. I've designed a little exhibition that I want to take you through today. It has 3 rooms that we're going through. The first room is really, why do we need to talk about this? Is it just a hype? Are we really there? Is it like the metaverse? In a year, no one will be talking about it? So then the second room, I'll show you a little bit what it already looks like today in tourism and in destinations. And the third room will be, okay, where do we go from here? So come with me to the first room. Of course, why do we need to talk about this? We need to talk about this because of the pace, the speed with which it develops. This is just a simple graph to show how quickly, actually, ChatGPT, the very first logo, went to 100 million users. And so, as you can see, it only took 2 months for ChatGPT, whereas, for example, for Spotify, it took 55 months. The speed with which this is becoming every day for most of us, I also saw 60% said yes to using AI, is very, very high. And the technology is improving all the time. So the video you see here with an AI-generated Will Smith eating noodles or spaghetti is about 1.5 years old, 2 years perhaps almost now. And as you can see, it's not very good, right? It looks weird and freakish. And so now we have OpenAI coming out with Sora, which is soon becoming available to normal users as well. And with a simple prompt like this, reflections in the window of a train traveling through Tokyo suburbs, AI can now generate videos like this. Very, very realistic. To me, the crazy thing is when it actually reflects a human in there as well. Right, so super realistic, very hard to tell if it's AI generated or not. So it's moving so fast. The magnitude and the scope with which it developed is also mind-blowing. This is all startups, companies, offerings that are all AI-powered with relevance to destinations, to the tourism landscape. These we have mapped out over the last 12 months, and there are many more. We have curated them to choose which ones are most relevant to the destinations that take part in our program. So this is just a small snippet of what's out there. And it's changing all the time, new offerings, new tools that we can use in our everyday lives. And then obviously we need to talk about this because it's extremely accessible. 60% in this room, even more, are already using it. And that's what we see all over, right? It's all of a sudden become part of our everyday lives. And I've just mentioned some of the tools there that are quite common, that many use in their everyday work by now: Perplexity, Copilot, ChatGPT, Midjourney, and so on. All are extremely accessible. They require very little knowledge or skill to actually use in your daily work. Now, every time I go into some of them, and there's always a new feature. Something new has happened. So before this presentation today, I was trying to look into the new features in Claude. They have a new thing where they can adapt the tone. You can have different tone settings in the output that it creates. But now it also can create dashboards. So just a little video to show, I uploaded a Menti vote, like the Slido votes from a conference, and it created quickly a dashboard for me that I can share. It's interactive, it does lots of things. So this is just the speed with which this develops and the speed with which it makes us all much more capable in what we're doing in our daily lives is amazing. It's mind-blowing, right? It also makes us all creatives. This is a creative visual that I created for a new program for the coming year for the AI Opener. AI, which plays on eyes, by the way, for those of you who didn't quite catch that. And so really, with no professional background in design, this is what I can create now, right? And we can all create this. So it completely changes our level of skill and sort of the level with which we can access different skills. So, and then obviously we need to talk about this because of its potential impact on the landscape that we're all working in. It will impact all phases of the traveler's journey through booking, through inspiration, through planning, through booking, through actually experiencing the destination. I had a fun little story from a colleague of mine who is younger than me, in his late 20s, who was traveling Europe with his family earlier this year. And whenever he sees a building he doesn't know, he just takes a picture with ChatGPT of it and asks ChatGPT, what is it? And what's the story of this building? It's a completely different behavioral way of traveling than what I've known and what I had thought of before he told me. So, obviously, it also has an impact not just on the traveler and on the outer aspect, but also on the inner aspect, how we work and how our workplaces function. This is a survey we did in late 2023, so most likely the answers will have changed quite a lot already. But this is from DMOs, destination organizations, both city, regions, and national organizations for tourism. on how they are using AI and what they're thinking of AI. And as you can see, 90% say that they think AI will disrupt almost all tasks of the DMO, of the destination organization. And 87% think that AI will impact their work life positively. But at the same time, 48% said back then that they rarely or never use generative AI tools. And 12% think that the DMOs are prepared for it, which means quite a few think they're not. And this is not only for tourism or for destinations. This is also across the industry that we see the same thing. And it always surprises me a little bit, but at the same time I'm realizing this is also a moment of the curse of knowledge. If those of you who are familiar with that, it's a psychological phenomenon. It's based on a test that was carried out in the early 90s, which basically split a group of people into tappers and listeners. So one part of the room was tapping songs that they know, tapping on a table, the rhythm of a song. And they would think that the listener would have like a 50% shot of guessing what the song was. But in reality, 2.5% guessed. So this idea that when we know, when we've used Claude, or when we have integrated ChatGPT functions in our everyday life, we just assume that everyone else is doing it. But what we're seeing now is that there is still a huge gap between users and non-users. This comes out from a survey of 10,000 global desk workers that came out this summer from Slack. 2/3 still haven't tried using AI, which is a big number. And among the users, 81% say that it has improved their productivity. So you see there is actually also, as a workplace, a huge responsibility and a huge interest in integrating, in training people in using this because it increases productivity. People who are trained have 19 times as likely to increase their productivity using AI. And also, what we can see is actually that workers who use AI score higher on their experience and their engagement in their work. They're 29% more likely to feel highly passionate about their work. So there's a potential huge impact on workplaces, on how we work together with our colleagues. And so all of these whys are the reason why we launched the AI Opener for Destinations program about a year ago. It's a program where we dive into all the different aspects and functions and potentials and pitfalls and challenges of AI, specifically to tourism stakeholders, to destination organizations. We invite lots of experts to discuss with us what this potential could be, to share where their journeys are going. And we are discussing not just the hype, so it's not just about all the potentials and the big possibilities that this technology offers, but also the challenges, the ethical challenges, the challenges that it poses to environmental impact, to biases, to, we heard earlier today as well, the hallucinations, and etc. So we're discussing all aspects of this, and we're doing that with a big group of destinations. We have a European cohort where the Latvian Tourism Agency is also taking part. We also have a US cohort, and we just launched a Canadian cohort. So all of this simply to show also there is a huge interest in this, but there is, like we saw from the vote here in this room as well, also a curiosity and a little bit of an insecurity. Where do we start? How do we go about it? What's right to do? What's not right to do? Which is also why we need to talk about it. And so to do that, we've developed a strategic roadmap, and it basically takes you through 4 different phases of approaching AI, of unrolling AI, and really what it does is it also questions why AI to start with. AI is not a goal in itself. It should support your business objectives. It should integrate with your strategy as it is. It's a tool in many ways. You should be experimenting, introducing tests, and integrate a culture for that in your organization before you know what to invest in. And then once you have that, of course, you should plan what are the important foundation that we need within our company. And then finally, what are the guidelines, the boundaries with which we integrate this. So that was why. Now let's talk about what it already looks like in tourism and in destinations. So one thing that really has me quite fascinated is what we see as offerings to travelers already. Some major personalized multi-travel hubs, you could call it. One example of that, and there are several, but one example is Mindtrip. So basically what it does is it pulls in from thousands and thousands and thousands of data sources online. These are not just official sources, they can also be user-generated videos, images, and so on. And then it has multiple different functions. So you can upload your receipts from your trip. So it will know how you spent your money, where you spent it. You can get that information out. You can also then later use that for your coming trip. You can have a group chat. So if you're traveling with, say, 3 family members or 3 friends, you can all get into this, and it will learn all your preferences, and then come with a compromise as to what you should be doing. And then basically it learns who you are and what you are. So once you've done one trip, it will recognize your preferences for the next trip, and so on and so on. So it really becomes your hub. You can do your booking. It's integrated with a lot of the booking platforms already. So you can basically do your whole thing within these new major hubs. This is very, very interesting. And I think back to what Daniel was talking about in terms of search and how AI is prioritizing content differently. What we can actually already now see is that AI search is prioritizing more in-depth content. So it's not necessarily like the top 10 attractions or a fact list. It's actually more in-depth knowledge content that details something very specific, because these are very detailed inquiries. And so it will pull in where those inquiries are actually matched by quite detailed content. So this will impact most websites, how destinations are providing information. And we can also see, I did this one already. I asked for one day in Riga to explore. And because I am me, I asked for some local areas that have quirky and unusual attractions. Now, you tell me if it actually managed to do that. But number 1 recommendation was to go to the central market. But obviously now it will get to learn me and know that I usually like to go a little bit off the beaten path. I like to explore different things. I also like food. So it's starting to learn who I am. And what you can also see is now that it's starting to get integrated across multiple different platforms. So already Costa Rica actually has a function where you can say, okay, I want to plan my trip. I've already seen the destination website for those few that start on a destination website. But if you're there and you're inspired and you're thinking, this is something we want to do, you can actually just go to the trip planner and it will open Mind Trip integrated in the Costa Rica website. So that's what I also mean by then you're back to these major hubs that pull in from all different sides and that you can enter from multiple different touch points as well. Now, obviously, also from a destination point of view, we can also see many of the destination websites are starting to actually adapt their content to this already. So looking at integrating solutions like GuideGeek through the Matador network, where it pulls in the content from a destination website and offers that in what most people would experience as some kind of chatbot. And that bot can then also be integrated across your social channels, so your existing channel, on whether that's WhatsApp or that's Facebook or Instagram. It can integrate your content into that in a chatbot into Surface. Many destinations are also now having chatbots on their websites so that you can interact with, you can ask questions. I asked for Switzerland. I went in and I asked, okay, tomorrow in Zurich, I want to listen to jazz music. Where should I go? And it offers me links of places that are open, and I can click the link and I will go in and I will be able to read from the website of the venue what's on today. So again, it's really integrating with lots of partners in a destination as well, and it's also very specific. I don't have to read the FAQ. I don't have to search very widely for it. I just go and ask the chatbot. So we're back to Daniel's first trend about we want to get to the information very fast. Well, this is how we get to the information very fast. And obviously, we need to make sure that it doesn't hallucinate and that it is providing truthful information. And so that's some of the things that we also see that technology is addressing more and more. Amazon just launched their whole series of new AI tools, and in that they have a new improvement that is claimed to have 100% no hallucinations. In Germany, the German National Tourist Board launched also a bot, or an AI influencer called Emma. Now, this got a lot of criticism for the lack of emotional connection and for the lack of authenticity that people perceived it with. And I think this is an interesting conversation that we also need to have. When does it make sense to use AI, and when doesn't it? To set it across from a different bot, this is Sid, who is the bot of holiday extras. Now, holiday extras is basically, for those of you who don't know, a service that provides everything besides the actual travel booking. So it could be your insurance, it could be your access to lounges, it could be your parking, and so on during your travel. And they have launched, or they entered into a partnership with OpenAI. They rolled out the enterprise version internally, and they actually saved about 500 hours weekly across the organization on that. But also, interestingly, they created a bot called Sid. And so Sid now manages 30% of their customer service inquiries. And at the same time, and this is very much about insurance policies, so maybe not a topic that we have a huge emotional connection to, but we just want to know what's actually covered in the policy that we're buying. And Sid, using Sid, customer satisfaction has increased. Their NPS score has increased from 60 to 70%. So I very often hear this criticism of bots being that it doesn't connect, it's not authentic, no one wants to talk to a bot. But it really depends on the topic as well, right? And it depends on how we introduce it and what it serves us and how it serves our needs. Now, obviously, not all these solutions are customer-facing. Many of them are also about how we work internally. In Switzerland, they've created personas based on their different market segments. And so they can use those personas to test, of course, the content that they're producing, the conclusions, the products, the services. And in Visit Aarhus, both of these are partners of the AI Opener program. And Visit Aarhus, they've actually created like a whole series of AI colleagues for their digital team. And so these colleagues will, for example, this one is I think the email savvy or the email marketing savvy nerd who knows the tone of the company, who understands the strategy, and so can optimize how they work with that. So all of these are internal processes, and there are so many tools coming out that help not just destination, but tourism businesses in this. For example, an AI that responds to reviews very quickly, so you don't have to do it. Quick and easy bots that you can integrate into your website, or automated communication with your guests at your hotel. All these different offerings are already out there. And then we also see offerings that are trying to improve tourism. We know that AI has an environmental impact, and it's something that's being discussed. It's also something that we need more knowledge on. We need a better understanding on. But we also see examples of AI being used for improving tourism. This one, the Crater website, was launched not too long ago, which is a website where you can upload the itinerary of your tour, and then it will actually measure your impact, your emissions throughout the different elements of your tour, and it can also make recommendations on how to mitigate. Be My Eyes, it's a startup that initially was that you could call people if you had a sight, what do you call that? Sight deficiencies or difficulty seeing, then it could connect you to another person that could answer your question, is this milk? What color is my sweater? But now they are also launching a collaboration with OpenAI on actually making that AI generated, so that will optimize the services quite extensively. And obviously this can also be used in tourism. And then there's something like Urbanist AI, who's launched a tool where you can visualize how you want your city to be. I'm sure many of you have been in workshops where you imagine future scenarios. Now with these tools, we can actually make them visual right away and then discuss based on how it looks. So many, many tools that we can integrate in all of the processes that we work with across tourism. So now where do we go from here and how do we move forward? I told you about the roadmap. We've kind of been through many of these already. But the last one is very important as well. It's how do we set the guidelines, the boundaries within which we can play, within which we can experiment. And these are extremely important because there are many ethical and also legal questions that we need to address when we start working with these data privacy, biases, and so on. So we, of course, have the EU Act on what is unacceptable risks to what are minimal risks. Now, most tourism services so far are kind of analyzed to be in the minimal or limited risk. But this is something we need to revisit all the time as we integrate this technology in how we work more. And what we also need to be aware of is that this is developing so fast. That's where we started, right? And so the regulations, even the guidelines, are catching up. They're not ahead of the development. And that's also why we need to continue to have conversations about that in this room and in the rooms that you're going home to in your offices. Because maybe what is still legal because regulation hasn't caught up might not be ethical. And so we need to discuss that as we unfold the possibilities. This is from a vote in a similar conference room that I did in April in 24, so this year. And there I asked the whole room of DMOs, they were all European city destinations, are you allowed to use AI-generated images as a DMO? And as you can see, the majority said, I have no idea. And I think this is actually a very interesting finding, right? Because we don't know, because we haven't had those conversations yet. Now I see more and more starting to have those conversations to make decisions on how far do we go and where don't we go. But then I also asked, do you have a safe word to protect yourself from deep fakes? And the majority said, huh? They don't even know what I'm talking about. Right? So we need to have these conversations and how do we protect ourselves and how do we protect our companies in this world, but at the same time create those boundaries within which we can explore and within which we can experiment. Because now Olivier said the word of 25 is innovation, and I think in that there is innovation, there is experimentation, there is also a little bit of FOMO. And as when we look at the impact, the scope of this development, the pace with which it goes, we have to stay on top. You don't have to jump the train as the first ones, but you need to understand where the train is going, and you need to be curious enough to explore how it could impact you. Most organizations are now developing guidelines, integrating them into their organization. This is from the Austrian Tourism Agency. And so, a quick sum up. I see I'm at 1 minute left, so that's perfect. A quick sum up of the main shifts that I see. So we're basically shifting from, and we have shifted from, AI for the tech savvy. It's for the minority in the room to actually being for the majority in the room. AI is for everyone. 60% in this room are already using it, and so it's really very accessible and it's very easy to use. With Daniel, we had this discussion very shortly at the end around, does it just make everything generic, mediocre, inauthentic? And I think I will challenge that, because we have loads of things that are mediocre, generic, and inauthentic already. Just look at Instagram. Avocado toast a few years ago. There are many, it's really the limit of the imagination of people and how we use it. This is simply setting new standards for how far we have to push it, right? So my creativity, I now have tools to express it. But obviously, if I don't have ideas, my ideas will be mediocre, and the output of the tools that I use will similarly be mediocre. I think we are shifting a little bit from the FOMO and the JOMO, the fear of missing out, the joy of missing out, to actually understanding that we need to start working on this. Gone be the fear and the JOMO, but we need to work on this responsibly, ethically. And we're shifting now, I see, also from a B2C point of view, where this is all about services that we can provide to the customer. Because as these platforms get to know us better, we're looking into a future where Mindtrip, I will have an agent there that knows me very well. It knows my budget, it knows who I typically travel with, it knows what I prefer in terms of food, it knows everything about me in terms of travel. And so my agent, at some point, will just start interacting with the agent from the bookings.com AI, or from whatever hotel agent that I'm going for. You know, so we will see a system now where what we are producing and the communication that we are making is optimized for agent-to-agent communication, agent-to-agent interaction. This, I think, is what we'll see. So maybe my word for 25 is agent. All right, and so with that, we are now launching the AI Opener 25. So if any of you are interested in learning more about that, that could be a little Christmas gift for you. You can also follow along on everything that we share about this and all other work that Group Now is doing on our LinkedIn. Thank you very much for having me today. It's a huge pleasure, and I'll be at the lunch if you have questions. I know we're a little bit short on time, so maybe not enough time for questions here.
No. We do have questions.
Okay, good.
Thank you. That was great. So I need help. Every time I see AI-generated image, I go like, ugh. And I wonder, is that curable?
For you or for the world?
I think it's only me. Everyone else enjoys it every time they see something beautiful. And
yeah, I think I think there is a cure, and it is that we get better at it, and we use it with our own abilities, our own ideas. There are some AI image generators, like people out there that I know that I can tell a distinct style that they use.
Yeah.
So even that you can tell a distinct style, I think says something about the fact that if you're good at it, it will actually create great images. But there is, of course, a lot of images that are just made like this very quickly to a presentation. If I see another presentation with an AI robot, I think I will die.
And then we saw Emma and Sid. And Emma was pretending to be human. Sid didn't.
Yeah. And I think that's a big, well, Sid also had a kind of humanish.
Yeah, but there was this thing which was obvious, it's a robot.
Yeah, I think that's a big discussion as well, right? Why do we need AI to look human? Why is it not a potato? Like, it could be many different things, right? And I think that's just, again, a little bit where human imagination and our normal need for connection comes out, right? We're still learning this technology, so we're kind of creating it in a way that feels familiar. But it's a discussion we need to have, because obviously there is a really fancy word, and I always forget it. It's like anthropomorphic, something that is about how humans can connect to technology. And we just had a case from Gemini where a young student was encouraged to kill himself by the bot based on a conversation they had on homework. So we do need to be very aware of what does it do to the human mind to almost think that this is your friend, but it is really a machine, and it's just reacting. It's trying to meet what you're asking it for, right? It's just there to kind of please whatever it is that you need from it. So whatever you ask will prompt it to where it goes. Yeah,
I'm a little afraid that my agent digital agent working directly with Booking.com would send me to hell eventually. So, question, what about AI impact on climate?
Yeah, I think that's a really big topic. And to be very honest, we've tried to bring it up multiple times in the AI Opener program. And what we find is that there is still a lack of knowledge and insights on this. There is some, and it's something that I think we need to take into account. How do we mitigate this? How do we work with this? But we also need to understand the impact versus other things that we do, right? So I really think that's a balance.
Thank you very much. All the other questions, please, directly to Signe. Thank you. Jautājums, vai prezentācijas būs pieejamas, tūdaļ uz ekrāna būs divi QR kodi, un es pastāstīšu, ko ar katru no tiem var iesākt. Tātad, divi QR kodi. Pirmais QR kods var aizpildīt tiešsaistes testu savā telefonā un noskaidrot, kas ir tieši jūsu Latvijas sajūta un garša. Ļoti svarīgi, ka jūs piedalāties, tāpēc, ka tādā veidā mēs varam iegūt kaut kādu kopējo bildi par industrijas skatījumu. Tātad tas būs pavisam nopietni un pavisam nenopietni. Tātad viens no šiem kodiem ir, kas ir tava Latvijas sajūta un garša. Otrs, kas ir Latvijas Tūrisma fórums 2024 lektori iedvesmas avoti. Tur jūs atradīsiet šos iedvesmas avotus, kas ir jau iepriekš viņu iesūtīti. Un tā ir arī atbilde uz jautājumu, vai varēs dabūt prezentācijas. Atbilde ir jā, varēs. Un šajos kodos jūs redzat iespēju tikt gan pie aptaujas, un attiecīgi, jo vairāk piedalās, jo interesantāki rezultāti, kas ir tieši jūsu Latvijas sajūta un garša. Un otrs ir QR kods, kas aizvedīs uz vietni, kur esam apkopojuši šīs dienas lektori iedvesmas avotus. Tātad tās ir tās saites, autori, vides, ko mūsu fóruma lektori uzskata par noderīgiem, aktuāliem un iedvesmojošiem. Tātad tur arī var pasmelties visu, ko jūs šodien redzējāt un vēl redzēsiet. Līdz ar to jūs nu pat varējāt pierakstīt visus atslēgas vārdus, kas ir svarīgi, lai saprastu, kam šajā mūsu kopīgā pasākumā pievērst uzmanību. Nu, tad laipni lūgti Latvijas Tūrisma fórums 2024. Es esmu Valdis Melders un jūtos ļoti pagodināts šeit būt. Atbildot uz jautājumu, kuro gadu runā ka 7. Bet nu, turpinām. One restaurant with
1 Michelin star. And please welcome Max Cekot Kitchen in Riga, Chef Maxim Cekot.
I think Latvia can show a lot of things, and of course I have a lot of talented people who work with me as well. We can do it next year a little bit higher. What do you think, guys?
Grandiozi aplausi. Tas notika pirms gada novembrī, un jūs varat nojaust, protams, kas tūdaļ kāps uz skatuves un par ko mēs šobrīd runāsim. Protams, ka mēs nevaram bez kulinārās, gastronomiskās pieredzes, un arī šī prezentācija ir pēc pusdienām, tāpēc, ka pirms būtu diezgan grūti sagaidīt pusdienas. Mēs aicināsim tev uz skatu cilvēku, kurš ir mērķiecīgs, radošs, sentimentāls, prasīgs un ambiciozs līderis. Un viens no viņa mīļākajiem izteicieniem ir "They told me it won't work, but I made it." Un likumsakarīgi, ka viņš ir pirmais, kas Latvijā atvēra restorānu ar tikai un vienīgi degustācijas ēdienkarti, kas sociālajos tīklos ir kļūsi ļoti slavena. Un jau kādu brīdi viņam ir jāatbild uz visādiem ieteikumiem, kādam tad būtu jābūt Michelin restorānam, jo gandrīz katrs apmeklētājs, kurš ir atnācis pie viņa ciemos, to 100% zina. Šī gada laikā, kas ir mainījies? Jautājums ir mūsu īpašajiem viesim. Gads ar Michelin, Maksim Cekots, restorāna Max Cekot Kitchen īpašnieks un šefpārs Maks! Oh, come on, tas ir pats Maks! Absolūts relaks, svecīt, priekšā redzēs. Nu tad aiziet, lai tev izdodas, visiem pārējiem labu apetīti.
Jā. Nu, paldies, ka atkal atceros, kas tas bija pagājušajā gada. Tas, kas nezina, mani sauc Maksims. Jā, un gadu atpakaļ mēs dābojam to Michelin zvaigznē, tā pirmajā uz to mūsu reģionā. Bet tas ir stāsts par to, kas bija pēc tam. Bet varbūt sākums bišķiņa es pastāstīšu par vispār, kā restorāns sākās 6 gadi atpakaļ. Tad bija interesanta ideja uztaisīt restorānu, kur būs tikai degustācija ēdienkartē un viesiem nebūs iespēja izvēlēties neko. Protams, mums vajag zināt vairāk par viņa alerģiju, kaut ko citu. Bet tas ir bijis arī sarežģīti laiki, tāpēc, ka mums vajag to skaidrot katram viesam, kas nāk pie mums. Un vispirms tas vieta. Tas nav centrs Rīga, tas ir Torņikalns, tā vietiņa, kur vispār jūs negaidiet restorānu. Pirmie 2 gadus taksisti gaida mūsu viesus 15 minūtes. Viņi domāja, ka tas nav pareiza vieta priekš restorāniem. Nu, un, protams, mēs vienmēr meklējam tādu telpu, kur mēs varam arī parādīt ne tikai mūsu mākslu, bet mākslu mūsiem dizaineriem un tiem, kas strādā ar traukiem, mebelēm, un tas ir visi, protams, cilvēki, kas palīdz mums arī. Uzreiz, kas, protams, bija Covid un visas citas lietas, bija tad problēma ar to, ka mēs paši domājam, nu, vispār tas vajadzīgs mūsu reģionu vai nevajadzīgs, un kad uzzinājām, ka Michelin tas vispār ir iespēja, lai dabūtu mūsu reģionu, tad mums bija tāds plans, ko uzdarīt, lai tas bija novērtēts pareizi. Protams, pēc tam, pēc viss, kas mēs pamēģinājām ar mūsu zemniekiem, mēģinājām, protams, ar mūsiem piegādātājiem un komandu. Mēs saprotam, ka tas ir pietiekams vispār vai nepietiekams, lai dabūtu savu zvaigznu vai 1, 2 vai 3. Tas ir cits jautājums. Bet, protams, blakus ir pēc tā Michelin zvaigzne, jūs varat redzēt, ka tas bija ļoti priecīgs moments, bet mēs nesaprotam, kas būs pēc tam. Vienmēr tādi žurnālisti prasa mums uzreiz, nu, ko jūs domājat, kas notiek. Jūs būs vairāk viesi vai vispār nebūs vietiņa pasūtīt no jums galdiņu. Bet es neteicu, ka mums paveicas. Es teicu, ka tas ir ļoti saplonīts gadi un gadi. Un, protams, lai dabūtu to līmenī un nebaidieties varbūt taisīt to, ko citi netaisa. Ja? Un, Protams, es zinu 1000 receptes, kas pārdodas restorānā ļoti, ļoti labi, bet gribas arī pašiem būs interesi un saviem restorāniem arī. Bez komanda tas nav iespējams. 6 gadu atpakaļ, protams, man ir daudz pazīstami. Mēs domājam, ka vajag atrast jauniešus un sakt palēniem. Mēs tikai bija 4-5 galdiņi, kas mēs tikai sakam. Jūs varat redzēt, tas komanda, kas tagad ir 22 cilvēki, viņi vienmēr ir mainīsies, tāpēc, ka ir dažādam savas zināšanas. Un, protams, mēs meklējam vislabākos, ka mēs varam atrast mūsu industriju. Izmainīs komanda uzreiz. Es teicu, ka nav cilvēki vairāk mainīs tas apmācība viņiem. Tāpēc, kad mēs atveram restorānu, mēs nedomājam, ka vispār iespēja būt tāda līmenī un, protams, tas vaidāņiem, ka vispār vajadzīgs mums Latvijai vai ne. Tad ļoti, ļoti daudz tagad stundas mēs novērtējam kopā ar mūsu pavariem un viesmīliem, lai viņi daudz intensīvāk mācīties, tāpēc, ka tas ir arī zināšanas, tiem, kam nav pieredze ārvalstīm, bišķiņ sarežģītāk. Vairāk informācija, ko jāzina, kā pasniedz ēdienus arī, tas ir varbūt, kas arī trūkst. Mums tā liekas, pēc Michelin jūs varat redzēt, tā pirmā komanda bija tikai 4 pavari, 1 sommelier un 1 viesmīlis. Un pēc tiem 6 gadiem lielāku komandu mēs audzim tikai tāpēc, ka mēs saprotam, kā palielināsim savu apjomu, un tas arī ied uz bišķiņ citādu vīziju restorāniem arī. Slodze. Tas ir tagad pēc Michelin, man liekas, ka bija tāvies 3. stunda pēc tas novērtēšanas, ka mums sistēmā rezervācijām pilnīgi nestrādā, tāpēc, ka mums bija kaut 20,000 uzreiz rezervācijas uz pusgadi. Jā. Bet mēs nevaram to novērtēt tās pirmas 24 stundas, tāpēc, ka mēs terējam daudz laiku ar manu sievu Natāliju, lai mēs varam ko darīt ar tiem. Mums tikai 32 sēdvietas, un to vairāk kā visiem teica, ka nav vietiņa priekš jums, tad pēc tiem 6 mēnešiem mēs saprotam, ka vajag kaut ko ļoti ātri nomainīt, un viens no tiem bija, protams, rezervācijas. Plus, mēs saprotam, ja jūs visi gribat paskatīties, ko mēs šeit darām, tad mēs atveram ekstra dienas arī vasarā, tāpēc, ka ļoti daudz turisti braucam ne tā periodu laika. Ideāli bija priekš mums, tāpēc, ka mums bija trešdiena, kā parasti mēs daudz ko eksperimentējam, domājam, lai mēs eksperimentējam, vajag to radīt maksimums dienas arī. Vairāk rutīna tas Michelins, ja? To mēs arī nezinājām, tāpēc, ka tad jābūt vienmēr konstatēta ideāla kvalitāte un, protams, tas visas zināšanas, kas tev bija pirms tam, tagad vajag bišķiņ palielināt to labāku kvalitāti arī. Darba struktūra arī mainās. Laiks mainās priekš darbiniekiem, viņi nāk bišķiņi ātrāk, un tagad mums strādājam ne 11 līdz 1, tāpēc, ka viesiem patīk bišķiņi ilgāk laiku, apturam 2, 3, 4 stundas viņi seš. Ir, protams, cilvēki, kas mūsu lojali klienti, kas seš līdz 8 stundam, tur mēs prasam viņu pēc tam mazgāt traukus, pēc, ka pa daudz ilgi laiku mēs gaidījām, ka viņi iet. Kontrole bišķiņ stiprāk, bet bija godīgi ar jums, es esmu kontrole tāds frik, jā, man vienmēr jābūt viss ideāli. Tas neko nemainās priekš man, mainās bišķiņ priekš komandai, bet viņi visi tādi atverti un bija gatavi iedot tādu visu savu enerģiju šajiem restorāniem arī. Lielākās izmaiņas restorāniem tagad mums ir chef table. Tas ir 4 vietas blakus virtuvē tiem, kas ļoti interesanti, ko mēs darām. Un tas vienīgais galdiņš, ko viesis nevaram nomainīt neko. Lai viņš neēd dzīvi gaļu, man godīgi vienalga, tāpēc, ka es gribu, lai tas būs viens galds, ko es varu eksperimentēt un mainīt ēdienkartu varbūt. Šodien būs viena ēdienkarta, nākamā diena 3, un tas maziņie ideāli ingredienti, kas varu atrast, tas ideāli, protams, pret tikai chef table. Viņi bišķiņ citādāk, protams, cena, bet tas ir atšķirīgs no tiem produktiem, kas ir ēdienkartē arī. Pirmais stāvs. Mums bija viss restorāns uztaisīt to 2. stāvā, bet 1. stāvā man vienmēr truks, ka Ziniet, jūs atnācat uz restorānu, jūs uzreiz apsēdieties, jums iedot tam ēdienkarti vai neiedot, un saka to barot, un tu tā kā, gribu bišķiņ, es nezinu, padzert šampanietu, padomāt, saprat vispār, kas šeit notiek. Un tas ir pirmais stāvs, bija ļoti labs priekš mums, tāpēc, ka tur bija pirmie uzkodi, kas jūs varat pagaršot tas sezonāli, kas tagad ir. Plus, nevarat tad uzreiz iet uz ēšanu procesu arī. Un pēc tam, protams, viņu atpakaļ uz to pašu pirmo stāvu, lai dabūtu tas picet fo, sweets vai kaut kāds šampaņa servis arī. Tas bija interesants. Trauki, tas man liekas, ka fine dining restorāniem arī ļoti intensīvi koncentrēt uz viņiem arī, tāpēc, ka mēs nomainījām līdz katra 6 mēnešiem pilnīgi visus savus traukus priekš ēdienkartē. Man patīk to darīt ar mūsu cilvēkiem, kas taisa no malas visas, bet man liekas, ka priekš tāda līmeņa restorāna un teātra jums vajag mainīt dekorācijas, lai dabūtu tāda sajūta, ka tiem viesiem, kas nāk pie mums ātrāk vai katru mēnesi, lai viņi būs iespēja atnākt varbūt kaut ko citi jaunumi arī. Darba ar klientiem nomainīs arī. Tagad pēc Michelina katrs viesis mums eksperts. Un katram viesam ir sava pieredze Michelina restorāniem. Protams, tas ir ļoti labi, ka viņi novērtē mūsu darbu kā top labākiem restorāniem ārvalstī, bet godīgi pateikt, dzīvi tas nav tad klausīties to katru dienu negribas. Bet tas mums palīdz nomainīt. Mums ir sistēmā klientiem arī lojālisti viesi. Tie, kas vienalga, ko es uzdarīšu, kādu citu projektu vai šeit, viņam vienmēr ir interesanti pagaršot mūsu idejas. Otri ir vienreizi viesi. Bet nav tā, ka vienu reizi viņi atnāk, bet tas ir pirmo reizi, kā viņi atnāk. Šeit ir visa komanda strādā ar to, ka dabūt vairāk informācijas viņam, bet ne tā ideja, ka pārdot visu. Ja? Tad viņam galvenā ideja, lai pārādīt vairāk, lai pēc tam nebūs jautājumi, kāpēc kaut ko trūkst vai kaut ko viņi nesaprot arī. Pieredze viesi, kas ir fine dining viesi, tas ir foodies, tie turisti, tie blogeri, kas ārvalstī brauc speciāli meklēt restorānus, kur kaut ko jauni vai tā kā mums ir vienādi. Ja? Un tas uzreiz tie man vislabākie. Tāpēc, ka no mūsu industrija tas ļoti bez stresa runāšana cilvēki, kam patīk ēdiens, ka viņi saprot mūsu mākslu, viņam nevajag skaidrot un paskaidrot kaut kādas maziņas lietiņas. Plus viņi redz to ļoti daudz darba, kas bija pirms tā pirmā ēdiena, un viņi tā ļoti patīk arī. Tas ir chef table, arī viņam uztaisīt arī. Neregulāri viesi. Tiem, kam davina dāvanu kartas. Tās ir 50-50. Ziniet, kad jūs, es nezinu, saviem draugiem uzdavinājat kaut kādu somu priekš futbola, bet viņš nekad mūžā nespēlē futbolu. Ja? Viņš nezina, ko ar viņu darīt. Tāpēc šeit dāvanu kartas, tie viesi, viņi atnāk, viņi vispār nesaprot, kura vieta viņi atbrauc. Viņi domā, ka prasa ēdienkarti vienmēr, tas ir visgaršīgākais priekš mums. Un saprotu, kāpēc jums ir pirmais stāvs, jums bija otrais stāva restorāns. Tas ir tas atbildes, kas mūsu komanda zina, ko atbildēt un kā palīdzēt viņam. Bet tas arī viss, kā es teicu, garšīgi, tāpēc, ka viņi ir tie, kas kā kritiķi. Tāpēc, ka viņi atnāk, viņi grib par to dāvanu kartu kaut ko, kā viņi nopērk restorānu, ka viņi zina visu, tu jābūt tev labdien, labvakar, jā, visu, ko jūs vēlēties par to dāvanu kartu, bet tas ir prieks, ka viņam ir tāda sajūta, tāpēc, ka mēs viņam rādām, mēs nemēģinām viņu kaut ko mācīties, viņam kā vispār pasniedz ēdienu, tad viņi nemācīs mums, kā mēs viņu pasniedzam arī. Tad online rezervācijas, tas ir, kā mēs teicu, kad bija Michelins, mēs viņu pilnīgi nomainām, lai cilvēki, kā atnāk uz restorānu, viņiem maksā uz priekšu, lai mēs zinām, ka viņi būs. Tāpēc, ka pēc tiem rezervācijām mēs pazudam kaut kā 30% viesi, kas raksta, ka viņi būs un viņi neatnāk. Mēs saprotam, ka tas nav pareizi ekonomiski un nav pareizi, protams, priekš mums, tāpēc, ka mēs gatavi, tā kā zini, ka jūs atnācāt uz teātri, jūs ļoti gribat paskatīties to skatuvi, bet tās vietiņas viņi neatnāc. Un offline piezīmēs. Tad viss, kad viesi atnāk, mums ir sava kartoteka, kur uzrakstīts, ko viņi dzer, ko viņi nedzer, lai viņi atnāk ar sievu vai ar draudzeni. Tas arī tas sarežģīts moments, vajag uzmanīgi skatīties, kam iet nakti. Vai viņi atnāk ar bērniem, kas mums labāk mēs nerekomendējam ņemt viņu līdz. Tas arī tas sajūtas, tas mēs uzreiz rakstījām, lai mums būs tas kartoteka arī. Protams, privalitāte tas arī saglabājam, lai mēs neko nerakstījām, kāda viesi bija, kā nē. Un standarti. Mēs, kad taisam savu konceptu, sapratam, ka nevajag varbūt, ka viesis vienmēr ir pareizi, ja, ka viņš zina, ko viņš grib. Un tad, ja mēs kaut ko mainām, tad labāk, ka tas būs mainīšanas, tas netav tik stipras, varbūt, kā viņš gaida. Digital pasaulē un tas ietekme sociālās medijas, tas, man liekas, visgaršīgākais arī priekš mums, tāpēc, ka sociālās medijums mums palīdz palielināt bišķiņu, lai citi reģioni arī redz, ko mēs darām. Un man liekas, kaut kāds 65–70% cilvēki nāk tikai no sociālās tīklus. Protams, mūsu Instagram, TikTok un tas jūs paši labāk zināt, ko labāk integrē. Bet priekš mums tas ir ļoti ātrs process. Es atceros 22, 25 gadu atpakaļ mūsu industrija bija baigi sarežģīti, lai dabūtu viesus restorānā. Te vajag gaidīt, lai tā draugs pastāstīja, lai šeit atveras labs restorāns, vai pamēģināsim nākamajā reizi un otrā reizi viņu pateikt. Tas baigi gaidīšana ilgi process. Tagad ir, man liekas, ka bišķiņi ātrāk. Un paprasti jūsu publikācijas, visas publikācijas, kas mums ir, tas arī palīdz, lai turisti nāk vairāk. Un vienmēr, kas viņi nāk no Skandināvijas, viņi nāk no Amerikas, no Austrālijas, viņi vienmēr jau redzēja, ko mēs darām un kāpēc viņi atbrauc šeit arī. Priekš mums ir tā ļoti labs līmenis un mēs varam dabūt, protams, viņu bišķiņu augstāk. Ja kas nezin, var paskaties, ko mēs darām. Ja? Visi zina, kas hashtag ir. Un, protams, arī auceksmes Google, tas arī ļoti labi. Sliktas vai labas. Tas nekas, tas tikai informācija. Zini, ka ir dažādas lietas restorāniem, katram ir saviem, un man liekas, ka vislabākiem arī ir tā pieredze review arī. Nu, protams, es vēl nākotnē vīziju. Tas, ko es redzu, tas, ka es pateikt Mišelienai, ka mums vajag bišķiņ mūsu industrijai saprast, ko mēs darām. Man ir ļoti daudz pieredze, ka 16 gadi ārzemēs, un es jau tagad varu rakstīt vienalga kādam šefam, kā es strādāju. Ja ir kaut kādas jaunas idejas vai tehnikas, es nezinu, varbūt jūs varat dalīties. Tas arī mums palīdz bišķiņ augtā līmenī. Tāpat kā jāstrādā Līf Rīga un Mišelien, tas palīdz mums bišķiņ starptautiski palielināt mūsu zināšanas arī. Arī tad jautājums ir tāds, kas tas ir Mišelin zvaigzne? Mišelin zvaigzne priekš man, tas ir 90% koncentrēties uz kvalitāti, un, protams, tas ir tad rutīna, kas katru dienu, katru vakaru mums ir. Bet tas ir vislabākais, man liekas, ka, ziniet, tas man patīk. Bet tikai 10% tev ir tu radošais zinies, ka tu vari būt mākslinieks. Tas man ļoti patīk, bet nedaudz cilvēki zina par to. Tāpēc, ka parasti, ja es atnesu uz restorānu, cilvēki nesaprot, cik daudz zināšanas jābūt zinātam. Es nezinu, kā tu celu restorānu, tev arī vajag zināt par elektrību, par ūdeni, par visu kaut ko. Cik daudz dizaineru darbs ir, cik daudz, protams, stundas vajag būt virtuvē arī. Mišelin atzinība iedot, protams, klientu piepildumu. Tas nav jautājums. Mums bija 32 sēdvietas. Es varu, varbūt 45 cilvēki uz katru vakaru, bet tas ir nav mērķis maksimumu uztaisīt. Galvenais, kas tev pieredzē. Varbūt ir dienas, ka mēs vispār, mums ir brīvas galdas, mēs atstājam viņu, tāpēc mēs saprotam, ka varbūt vairāk energiju izmantot tikai tiem viesim, kas būs vairāk interesanti mūsu stāsti arī. Man viedoklis par Latvijas tautiskiem vidiem. Viens restorāns nevar neko izmainīt. Ja? Tagad mums ir 2 restorāni ar Mišelin zvaigzni. Lietuva, man liekas, ka 4 bija. Igaunija 2, ja es pareizi atceros. Tas priekš Baltika vistais komunai būs ļoti labi, tāpēc, ka daudz ārzemnieki interesē. Viņi domā, ka vispār Baltijā mēs jau gatavojam uz uguni un visu produktu ņemam no meža. Ja? Tas arī dzirdēs ļoti daudz, un viņi domā, ka mums tas kotletes, Kīva kotlete vai kaut kādas zupiņas tikai ir, ja? Un pelekie zirni, tas ir viss garšīgākais, ko mēs varam viņam iedot. Bet tie produkti, kas mēs audzējam šeit, es jums godīgi varu pateikt, Latvijā mana galva vislabākie. Speciāli tas visi dārziņi, augi, āboli, tas ir tas līmenis, kas es nekur nevaru atrast. Un viņiem ir tāda garša, ko es meklēju savā kulinārijā. Un tas, man liekas, ka trūkst varbūt kaut kādiem valstīm, kur es strādāju pirms tā. Tad es neteikšu jums, kā es teicu pambariem, davайте mēs uztaisīsim bišķiņ labāko. Jūs, man liekas, ka no industrijas, pa turistu industriju, jūs atbildīgi par to, ka palīdziet mums un popularizēt to, ko mēs darām šeit Latvijā. Un man liekas, ka tas palīdz visiem. Tāpēc, ka vairāk turisti, vairāk darba, vairāk, protams, zināšanas un vairāk emociju arī. Un man liekas, ka man ir viss. Es varu runāt par savu restorānu stundas un stundas, ja? Bet es domāju, ka pēc pusdienā cilvēkam bišķi negribas klausēties tik daudz informāciju. Ja? Bet man liekas, ir kaut kādi jautājumi tev, kā vienmēr. Ja? Es redzu, ka tu gatavs pie tā.
Aplausos Maksam.
Ja.
Par jautājumiem, klausies, es gribēju noskaidrot, kā tu zini, ka tas cilvēks nav atnācis ar sievu, bet ar draudzeni?
Man bija viena reize tāda situācija, vairs nekad nebūs, kas prieks jūs redzēt. Jā.
Atkal?
Jā, atkal. Jā, bet viņš teica sievai, ka tas ir pirmo reizi. Viņš nezina, kas šeit notiek.
Man šitā viesnīcā vienreiz bija. Jā. Tu aizēji, un tur kārtīte. Melderkungs, prieks jūs atkal redzēt. Es biju ar sievu. Un labi, ka tā nebija pirmā reize, kad mēs tur ar sievu bijām.
Nē, es paprasu, kā bērni. Tas bija viss sarežģīts. Kā jūs ir bērni, tāpēc, ka tu vienmēr koncentrējies uz vīrieti, tāpēc, ka viņš, viņu baigi priekš man saprotams, kā sievietes ir var nomainīt, protams, kā viņi izskatās. Vīrietis izskatās. Jā. Tad kā bērni, jā, un tur bija sarežģīts. Viņš samaksājām par vakariņu, bišķiņ šampanieti un viss kārtībā. Jā.
Okay.
Jūs
samaksājāt?
Jā, protams.
Ok, tātad, ja jūs gribat pie Maks pa brīvu paēst?
Jā. Ja būs slikti, jā. Tas ir kā plans, bet jā.
Ok, jautājums mums slaidoja kāds, bet pirms tam varbūt Laura, varbūt kādam var iemest ar mikrofonu, lūdzu. Catchbox, roka gaisā, jautājums Maksam, lūdzu, izmantojam iespēju. Jā, visi tagad baidās tev uzdot jautājumus. Jā, reku viens jautājums, lūdzu.
Es tagad redzu jūs. Daudz.
Jā. Lūdzu. Vāciņš nokrita. Paldies.
Sveiki, Maksinga.
Jā.
Kādi plāni nākamajam gadam? Vai 2 vai 3? Ir vēl viens restorāns plānots paplašināties Viļņā, Tallinā varbūt?
Nākamais gads mums bija, kā mēs teicam, brainstorm ar sievu par to. Jā, mēs sāksim celt jaunu restorānu, kur būs tikai à la carte. Jā, nebūs degustācijas ēdienkarte. Tas fantastiski ēdieni, ka mums ir. Mēs mainām ēdienkarte tik ātri, ka mēs gribam, lai tas ēdieni būs atpakaļ. Jā, un tas būs blakus Maks Second Kitchen restorāniem. Un, protams, nākamajā gadā mēs plānojam vairāk popularizēt vispār, ko mēs šeit darām. To visu gadu, kas tagad mēs strādājam, mums nebija tik daudz laika, lai popularizētu vispār mūsu vīziju un tas Michelin. Jā, tāpēc, ka tik daudz viesi nāk un tu koncentrējies vairāk uz to servēšanu, kvalitāti, bet aizmirst par to, ka, labi, Rīga visi zina par to, jā, bet lai ārvalstī un turisti var piebraukt, viņam vairāk vajag digital kaut kādu marketingu, lai dabūtu tas kvalitātes viesus atpakaļ. Un, protams, es domāju, ka tas ir tikai sākums. Pēc 5 gadiem mums būs labāki restorāni, boļa kvalitāte, varbūt mazāk restorāni, bet labā kvalitāte. Tas arī gaidīšu, pēc padaudz, man liekas, ka mums Rīga ir.
Vai Latvija ir gatava rezervācijai priekšapmaksu?
Godīgi patikt, jā. Mums bija tā baile. Es atceros, ka Mārtiņš Rītiņš mēģināja Vincenta uzlikt to ekstra kaut kādu. Un pēc tam runāju ar viņu, kad viņš bija, protams, viņš teica, ka bišķiņ sarežģīti. Bet es domāju, ja mēs to risinājumu neuzdomājam, mums bija lielākas problēmas. Ja? Un es domāju, labāk mēs pamēģināsim, riskēsim, bet tagad vispār nav nekāda problēma. Nu, viss saprotams.
Cik tas ir?
220, tas ir ēdienkarte, bet ja jūs ietat uz kino, jūs nopirkat bileti.
Nav jautājumu.
Uz teātri nopirkat bileti.
220, cik procenti no cenas?
Nav 100% bez cenas, tāpēc, ka produkti izmantojat tā paša diena, un mēs tik, cik porcijas būs, tik, cik cilvēki būs. Mēs visu pilnīgi no jauna taisim katru dienu.
Vai plānojat vērt vaļā pusdienas restorānu?
Viņš nav pusdienas. Tas ir tāds, ka zini, ka man trūkst Rīgā. Tas, kas tu vari godīgi paist, varbūt vienu gabaliņu zīvi, bišķiņi kaut kādi skaisti sezonā vegetāli ēdiens un varbūt kaut kādas tās maziņas uzkodiņas un godīgs vīni. Ja? Pat tas man trūkst. Un es gribu, lai tas arī būs kaut kur blakus.
Kāpēc tieši Torņkalnā?
Nu, varbūt tu centra tu nevar atrast tādu lielu, protams, 500 kvadratmetri mums tagad restorāns. Priekš 302 cilvēkiem, tas kā 4 restorāni un vienā. Un centra Rīga tas nav iespējams, tas būs dargāk. Plus, zini, ka katru dienu tu brauc uz darbu, mājās. Man liekas, ka vajadzīs kaut kāda vieta, ka tu atnākt, un tu negaidī tur trepas 100-gadīga vecumā, 7-metrīga augstumā. Ja? Un tu domā, ok, labi, tas kaut kāds jaunas priedes iekšā restorāna. Ja? Nu, tas trūkst vienmēr restorāna, tāpēc, ka pa maz vietiņu, a lielu vietiņu tu nevar uztaisīt, tāpēc, ka ir baigi liela. Torņkalna pagaidām nav tik sarežģīti, nav tik dargi.
Tu teici, ka tu cēlies kaut ko jaunu, ja?
Jā.
Tu drīkst paņemt to zvaigzni un pielikt tajā jaunajā vietā?
Nē. Tam nav iespējas. Es varu, bet tas neko nenozīmē. Ja? Tad, es domāju, tur būs varbūt vairāk koncentrēties ne uz Michelin zvaigznēm, bet Michelin gourmet. Tas, kas kvalitātes ēdiens ar pareizu cenu.
Un pēdējais jautājums, kā tu neizdedzi?
Godīgi pateikt viesi, plasīva. Tas ir visgalvenākais mans fanātiks. Ja? Paldies tev, Nāta.
Aplausi. Paldies, Maks Cekots.
Jā.
Paldies tev.
Paldies tev.
Aptauja. Mums vajag zināt, kas jums notiek galvās un pieredzē, kas tavuprāt ir ilgtspēja turismā, jo mēs tagad pievērsīsimies lūdzu arī šim jautājumam nedaudz vairāk. Mēs par zīmolvedību parunāsim un par ilgtspēju. Tad ilgtspēja turismā lūdzu pievienojamies slaido un atbildam uz šo jautājumu. Vienā vai divos vārdos, tas ir svarīgi. Ja? Vienā vai divos vārdos lūdzu ierakstām jautājumu, ierakstām vārdu vai divus un nosūtām. Lūdzu svarīgi nosūtīt. Var sūtīt kā anonīms vai arī parakstīties, lai gan labāk neparakstieties, tikai anonīms, tāpēc, ka mums būs vārdu mākonis, lai mēs redzam, kas ir ilgtspēja turismā, viens vai divos vārdos, lūdzu. Ja nezināt, pajautājiet blakus sēdētājiem, lūdzu. Rakstām. Un varam nosūtīt. Jā. Tātad šeit mums ir kvalitāte un inovācijas kā galvenie, visbiežāk minēti. Zaļš, nākotne, autentiskums, nezinu. Uzticamība, nedegradēt, saudzēt vidi, zaļā domāšana, pēctecība, vides pieejamība, zaļā ceļošana, atpazīstamība, atbildība, kvalitāte, inovācijas, zaļš, rūpes par vidi, saprāts, zaļais dzīvesveids, videi draudzīgs, viesmīlība, stratēģija, stabilitāte, saudzīgi, vēlme atgriezties, vērtību respektēšana, vieda saimniekošana, vietējā sadarbība, rūpes par dabu, radošums, turpināt darīt, arī ilgtspēja, produkti, saudzība, lokāla patriotisms, veselīga vide un pieeja, vietējā sadarbība, vieda saimniekošana, veselīgums, nākotne spēja saglabāt, vai būs aktuāls ilgtermiņā. Tātad par rūpes par vidi, unikalitāte. Turists ir gal galā ilgtspēja. Nav turismu, priekš kam tev ilgtspēja. Tad mums ir patstāvība un kvalitātes saglabāšana, atpazīstamība, zaļā ceļošana. Tātad atbildība, kvalitāte, inovācijas, zaļš, rūpes par vidi, videi draudzīgs, atbildība un zaļš un nākotne. Jā, tātad vispopulārākās atbildes. Un 172 no klātesošiem ir atbildējuši, vēl 4 sagaidām. 4 dalībnieki raksta. palūkojamies, ko mēs redzam jaunu. Bet pārsvarā tātad vidē draudzīgs, atbildīga kvalitāte un inovācijas. Rūpes par vidi, zaļā domāšana, autentiskums, nākotne un wellness, zaļā aste un veselais saprāts galu galā. Paldies jums, mīļie! Paldies par iesaistīšanos! Mēs turpinām ar mūsu nākamo viesi. Viņš ir daudzus apbalvojumus ieguvis zīmola konsultants, stratēģis, tekstu autors un dizainers, Londonā bāzētās zīmola aģentūras Lantern dibinātājs, strādā ar vietām un cilvēkiem, kas veido nākotnes pasauli, kurā mēs arī esam daļa. Šobrīd tā ir viena no visvairāk apbalvotajām aģentūrām Eiropā vietu zīmolvedības un zīmola transformācijas jomā. Strādājis ar tādiem klientiem dažādās valstīs kā Visit Estonia, Eiropas Tūrisma komisija, Alternative Airlines, kā arī Vestminsteras, Milton Keynes un Bāzeles pilsētām. Tātad pieredze ļoti dažādās vietās un situācijās. Aizraujas ar stāstniecības spēku zīmola vedībā, tātad kā par sevi labāk pastāstīt, un ilgspēja turisma industrijā izmaiņas, kas nepieciešams, lai efektīvi komunicētu atbildīgu turismu. Welcome, Lantern vadītājs, zīmolvedības konsultants un stratēģis Ryan Stims. Ryan, welcome to the stage! Hello.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Cheers.
There you go.
Lovely. Thanks. Great. Thank you very much for the introduction there and for the warm welcome as well. And thank you for staying with me in this session, because I imagine most of you are probably frantically trying to book a table in Max's restaurant right now. No offense taken if that's what you're trying to do whilst I talk. Over the next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to be talking to you about the challenges and the opportunities that we face as an industry in communicating responsible and sustainable behavior in the travelers that visit our places. Now, believe it or not, this might be a session about sustainable tourism, but I'm actually going to start with a story about a Michelin-starred restaurant as well. It's not my own, sadly. It's one that comes from this place. This is a medieval village in France called Saint-Emilion. It's in the heart of the Bordeaux wine region, and you might be wondering why I'm starting here. Well, there's a restaurant in this village that I think contains one of the best examples of something out there known as nudge theory. For those of you that don't know, nudge theory is a behavioral science technique, and it's the theory that small changes in the way that something is communicated can have a big impact in somebody's behavior or their actions. Now, the story from the restaurant in France goes like this. Maybe Max can relate to this, I don't know. But the manager there had grown tired of people using their phones in the restaurant when they were dining. Whether it's Instagramming a meal or spending more time staring at their screens than staring at their loved ones over dinner. And they decided they needed to do something about it. So they needed to put up a sign to ask people to stop using their phones. Now, that's quite difficult to do in a Michelin-starred restaurant, and 99% of people given that job would probably do something like this, right? You've probably seen signs like this all over. Mobile phones not allowed. The trouble is, it's quite bossy. It doesn't necessarily create the right kind of atmosphere in a Michelin-starred restaurant. So what they did in this restaurant in France, they didn't do that. Instead, they put a sign up at the entrance to the restaurant, which everybody could see going in, which looked as though it was talking to people leaving the restaurant, and it simply said this: please remember to turn your phone back on when you leave. So it's a subtle change in the messaging, but it instantly creates a better atmosphere. It's not so bossy, and people going into the restaurant suddenly realize that there's a social norm, that this is a place where you don't use your phone, and you don't want to look like the idiot in the room who's going to be on their mobile whilst they're having dinner. It's nudge theory in action, and it creates voluntary behavior changes in people. And it changes behavior voluntarily, and I think that's something we really need to think about as an industry. And the reason why is this. So 2024, I think, was the year that tourism started to become the enemy. Tourists are now the equivalent of the mobile phone in the restaurant in some places. And we need to nudge the behavior of travelers to the destinations that we're welcoming. So what is that behavior change that we want to nudge? And how do we go about doing that? What's the equivalent of that sign in the restaurant for our industry? Well, I think a lot of it comes down to this, the power of positive messaging to drive behavior change, and that's what I want to talk to you about today. Now, in order to do that, there are a couple of challenges that we need to address as an industry, and they are what I'm calling the messaging gap and the behavior gap. Now, the messaging gap is a disconnect that exists between what we want travelers to do when they're in our destinations to behave responsibly or sustainably, and what we actually communicate as an industry. And the behavior gap is a disconnect that exists in the traveler themselves. They often say they want to travel responsibly, but they don't actually do it when it comes to the point of purchase. So I'll talk about both of these in turn. We'll start with the messaging gap. And as I say, that is this disconnect between what we want travelers to do in our destinations or before they get to our destinations, and then what we're actually communicating as a sector. And this, I think, is something that affects every level of the sector, from a global level down to individual destinations, down to the hospitality sector itself. And I imagine that probably includes, those three include a lot of you in the room here today. So I'll take each one in turn and start at a global level. The challenge here in terms of the way we're communicating sustainable tourism is that it's typically through very complex, very complicated, arguably quite boring definitions of what sustainable tourism is actually about. And it's leaving travelers feeling confused and overwhelmed, and I'll touch on that again later. To give you an example of what I mean, this is the UN definition of sustainable tourism. You may have heard it before because it's one of the most cited definitions out there of sustainable tourism. You probably won't remember it because it's quite long and quite boring. And it is this: tourism that leads to the management of all resources in such a way that economic, social, and aesthetic needs can be fulfilled while maintaining cultural integrity, essential ecological processes, biodiversity, and life support systems. It's pretty long, it's pretty complex, it's pretty confusing. I work in the industry, and I struggle to make sense of that. So what hope have we got for the travelers that are visiting our places? And if we move a level down to the destination level, typically this is where we sort of enter a world of DMOs kind of competing to be the most sustainable destination. So if you go on DMO websites, it might be that we are Europe's most sustainable city, or the world's most sustainable destination, or Europe's most sustainable nation. And typically, these claims are backed by policies and facts and statistics rather than driving behaviors in the people that are visiting. So you'll be familiar with this sort of stuff. It might be that we're the most sustainable destination in Europe because we've got the 4th best urban air quality, or 21% of our farmland is organic, or we want to be carbon neutral by 2050. Carbon neutral is always a big one that gets mentioned. And as I say, more often than not, these messages that are going out are about the policies and the actions of the place rather than the behaviors that we want to drive in the individuals going there. Now, don't get me wrong, these are an essential part of the puzzle. Carbon neutral, things like that, putting in bike paths, they are all an important part of the puzzle. But I don't think that these are the kind of messages that are going to change behavior of people visiting our places. In fact, it risks the opposite. If you're going to a destination and they are already the most sustainable, then they've got it covered, right? I don't need to do too much as an individual going there because these guys have got it sorted. So there's a risk involved in speaking about our policies in this way. And then if we move to the hospitality level, this is where I would argue the most work has been done to drive behavior change in the last 20 years or so. There's been a huge amount of effort here to drive behaviors, but there are challenges here too. I think if you look at the kind of messaging that's out there now, it's become slightly outdated. It prioritizes environmental impact. There's not necessarily any mention of social impact as well. And it's the kind of things you'll see if you go into a hotel room anywhere. It's this sort of stuff. So it's that you need to turn off your air conditioning or reuse a towel or switch a light off when you leave a hotel room. Again, all really, really important stuff. But it's not necessarily the kind of thing that's going to drive some of that social change that we need to see in the tourists that we're welcoming. But this approach has been really, really successful. Like, these messages are cutting through to audiences, which is great. So a case in point is this. This is the Booking.com Sustainable Travel Report from last year. People surveyed were asked what the top things they did to travel sustainably were. And it's things like turning off the lights when they leave a room, or turning off their aircon, or reusing a towel. Now, whenever I look at this, I'm just amazed that that means 23% of people don't turn off a light when they leave a hotel room. I don't know who those people are, but I never want to go on holiday with them. It's pretty staggering, that. And again, of course, these are really important behaviors that we need to drive. But I think that no amount of air conditioning adjustment or picking up towels off the floor is going to start to address this kind of scene that we've been seeing in Europe. And right now, I think this has the potential to really devastate our industry if we don't tackle it soon. So as I say, we have this mixture of messages from a global level where they're quite complicated, quite confusing, a destination level where it's all about promoting the sustainability of a place, and then at a hospitality level where we're driving behavior, it's very much focused on what happens inside a hotel room and not beyond that. So what are the kind of messages that we should be promoting now? Well, I think there are 4 that we need to focus on as an industry. Firstly, and we've spoken about this a bit today already, we need people to go off-season. We need to spread the volume of visitors over a longer period so that it can be more sustainable as an industry. We want people to discover off-the-beaten-path locations. We want them to avoid the same tourist hotspots that everyone else is going to. Places like Riga and Latvia are a fantastic example of that kind of place to go to. We want people to use public transport when they're there. We want them to fly less, and we want them to spend locally at local independent businesses. And the interesting thing in here is that none of these messages really are getting through to the consumer. It's all the stuff that's inside the hotel room. But actually, some of these decisions people need to make before they've even booked. So it's not about when you get to the destination, it's about where you're going and when you're going, which are really, really important. And this is all having a big impact on consumers. So in an Expedia survey last year, 70% of people said they felt overwhelmed about the process of starting to become a sustainable traveler. People don't even know where to begin with this stuff. And a pretty shocking example of this is the statistic on the right, which is, so for me personally, I think going to lesser known, less crowded destinations is one of the biggest things you can do in terms of being a responsible traveler. It manages that load. It's kind of more sustainable in terms of social impact and environmental impact. And yet, as little as 13% of people see that as an example of responsible or sustainable travel. And that's pretty scary. So it's little wonder that we're starting to see a disconnect, really, between what people say they want to do in terms of responsible behavior and what they actually do at the point of purchase. And that is what I mean by the behavior gap, which I'll come on to talk about now. The 2 are very much linked. The behavior gap is this disconnect between what travelers say they're going to do to be responsible and what they actually do at the point of purchase. To give you an example of what I mean by this, these are some surveys from the Focusrite report, which is called the Sustainability Gap. If you've not heard of this report before, I urge you to check it out online, because there's loads of really useful information in here on sustainable travel. But they survey people on a variety of things. I've picked 3 here to illustrate the point. Firstly, transport. So when surveyed, about 50% of people said that they would choose a mode of transport based on its carbon footprint, a lower emission vehicle, than convenience. But at the point of purchase, when they actually came to do it, only 10% of people did. It's the same for accommodation. So 1 in 2 people roughly say, I'm going to choose where I stay based on its environmental friendliness rather than the price. But as little as 6% of people actually do that in reality. And again, if we come to the destination and exploring less crowded, off-the-beaten-path destinations, again, about half of people say, that's what I want to do in terms of my travel. But it's about 20% of people that actually do in reality. Now, the good news, if you can call it good news, is that this isn't unique to the travel industry or the tourism industry. This is something that happens in lots of different sectors as well. So if you take the fashion industry, for example, People have been surveyed there, and again, about 50% of people say ethical labor is really, really important to them in terms of where they buy their clothes from. But at the point of purchase, it only influences about 20% of purchases. So we've got to look at why this is happening, and I think there's a couple of reasons really that are causing this gap in behavior. One is I don't think the right kind of messages are getting through to people, so we're not talking about the opportunities like going off season or going off beat or those sorts of things on a kind of industrial scale. And the other unfortunate thing we have to bear in mind is that people are quite selfish. They want to be driven by price, convenience. They want to know what's in it for them. And that's something as an industry we need to show them. We need to show people when it comes to sustainable travel, when it comes to those kinds of behaviors like traveling off season or off the beaten path, what's in it for them? And this is a challenge for us as an industry because the media isn't necessarily on our side. This is a headline from one of the biggest newspapers in the UK last year, The Telegraph. The problem with sustainable travel, it's boring and it's expensive. Now, I know, and I'm sure you know for a fact, that both of those things are not true. It's not boring, and it certainly doesn't have to be expensive. That's one of the biggest misconceptions of sustainable travel. If you go off season, if you go to lesser-known destinations, the chances are it might be a more affordable trip. So how do we challenge this perception that's out there? How do we bridge these gaps we've got in messaging and behavior? Well, I've got 3 tips that I hope will make small but maybe substantial nudges, if you like, in the right direction for people, and they are these. Firstly, I think we need, when we're talking to travelers, we need to reframe sustainable as responsible. I think that unfortunately the word sustainable is losing all sense of meaning for people. If you ask somebody, how can you behave sustainably? Well, over 70% of people feel overwhelmed about that, or they revert to things like turning off a light switch. So it's quite scary, the impact that that word is having. If you say that we want people to be responsible when they travel, suddenly it's a broader expectation of them as an individual. I know how I can behave responsibly. There's an element of respect for the place that I'm going to, but also the people that are there as well. So I really think when we're speaking to travelers directly, we should focus on responsible and responsibility and save the sustainable side of things for the industry itself. Secondly, I think we need to move the conversation beyond just the environmental and climate impact of travel to the social impact as well. And again, I'm not saying at all that we get rid of all that amazing stuff that has gone before in terms of the policies that we're working on and in terms of the messaging that we're communicating in the hotel rooms and things like that. That's still an important part of this puzzle, but we need to move the narrative forward and focus on those behaviors that I mentioned earlier. And the third point, which I think is the most important in all of this, to challenge those newspaper headlines and this behavior gap in people, is this. I think we need to position sustainable or responsible travel as being a benefit rather than a burden. People feel really overwhelmed by this stuff. The statistics have shown that. And if you throw in the fact that people travel typically to feel relaxed rather than responsible for something, everything quickly feels like a barrier to enjoyment. So we need to flip the script, and we need to show people what's in it for them when it comes to sustainable and responsible travel. And to provide you with a couple of examples of what I mean by that, I've got 2 sort of case studies to take you through. The first is a project that we've just completed recently for the European Travel Commission, and it's all about exactly what I've been talking about here. It's about driving responsible behavior change in visitors to the continent, specifically those from a long-haul market. That was the kind of the focus of this. And we worked with the European Travel Commission to develop a strategy and a messaging framework for how you start to go to market with this sort of thing. It will be launching as a campaign in the not-too-distant future, so watch this space. You might see it out and about further down the line. But I'll talk you through it. To give you a bit of context first, this is for, as I say, the European Travel Commission and the Visit Europe brand. Now, Europe is the 2nd smallest continent on Earth, and it is the most visited region on the planet. Half of all tourists visit Europe, and it welcomes around 700 million people every year, which is a huge amount. It's a huge volume in quite a small place. But with that popularity comes significant problems. So if you take seasons, for example, 1 in 3 stays happen in July and August alone. So 1 in 3 stays happening in just 2 months of the year across the continent. And in some places, the tourist hotspots, locals are seeing tourists outnumber them 1,600 to 1. So we've got this huge, huge scale of tourism, very limited spread of it. And it obviously has significant impact on landscapes, on local life, and on wildlife as well. So the continent needed to change the way that it starts to talk about sustainable and responsible behavior. And to do that, we focused on one key insight, which is this, that responsible travel can actually elevate your stay in ways you'd never imagine. So if you think about it, the fact that you've got fewer crowds, you've got deeper connections with places, you've potentially got more affordable options, there's a huge amount of benefits to traveling responsibly. And it's actually something of an unexpected upgrade, really. And from there, a concept for this approach was born. Travel responsibly in Europe, and you'll unlock an unexpected upgrade. And who doesn't love an unexpected upgrade when they travel? That moment when you go into a hotel and you find you've been upgraded to the junior suite rather than the standard double that you booked. It's a nice feeling. It's a little luxury that people love when they travel. And if you travel responsibly, you can unlock all these little luxuries as part of your stay. For example, something like this. If you travel green, if you take public transport, for example, the M6 metro in Paris, if you avoid the clogged city streets and take the metro, it goes across this bridge, across the Seine, and there's an amazing view of the Eiffel Tower that opens up in front of you. You wouldn't have got that sudden moment if you'd have been stuck in traffic in the street. So travel green, and you've got an unexpected upgrade. Similarly, the Acropolis, one of the most visited hotspots in Europe. I'm sure you've all seen the queues of people trying to get in the summer months. Well, go off season. Try Athens in the autumn for instant access to the Acropolis. We can start to push the benefits of this side of things rather than making it like a burden that people need to encounter. Similarly, where we are today, Riga, I had the fantastic opportunity of doing a walking tour yesterday in the city. Fewer crowds, albeit it was a cold December day, but there were fewer crowds. You get a deeper connection to the people who are taking you around, to the places that you're going to. You're not just following a stream of people around a site. You go to a place like Riga and you get this kind of backstage pass to continental culture. Again, it's an upgrade to your trip by going to a lesser-known destination. So the messaging approach follows this sort of method. Travel responsibly is the overall aim, and then we're really specific in the 4 behaviors that we want to drive. So going off season, visiting lesser-known destinations, traveling green using public transport, and then investing in local independent businesses. And then what we do for each of those is we develop messaging which is based on the benefit of those things. So if you go off season, you've got iconic sites without the queues, like the Acropolis example. Or you go off beat and you've got richer experiences, potentially without the price tag. Or travel green and you can fast track the traffic, like the example we saw there in Paris. So all of the focus is on the benefit, and it challenges the perceptions of that Telegraph headline that you saw earlier and focuses on the good stuff that's in all of this, and there's a lot to be had there. And that creates a platform for campaign concepts going forward. So these are just concepts at this stage, but it shows you how this sort of thing can come together in campaigns. So this is Porto, for example, another amazing city, an amazing example of where you take public transport, and again, you've got this incredible view that opens up with you over one of the bridges in the city. You wouldn't get that if you were sitting in a car on your way round. So you trade long queues, you access unique views. That's the benefit of traveling green and unlocking that upgrade. If we go back to Greece, there are places like Santorini and Mykonos where you'd struggle to see sunset in summer because you'd have so many people in front of you with their phones out trying to Instagram it. Well, try Greece in the spring, and suddenly you've got a stress-free way to elevate your stay. You can get a front row seat at sunset. All of those things that you're looking for suddenly become more relaxed, more enjoyable for you and the local community as well through this approach. And then finally, to counterbalance the queues of people going to places like the Colosseum and the Acropolis, well, why not try World Heritage without the wait list? Somewhere like Tallinn, Old Town. I know they're friends of yours, that's why I thought I'd put it in. But if you divert your destination, suddenly you can upscale your vacation. That's the idea here. You go offbeat, and suddenly you access these things without the queues, without the burden that would come normally. So that approach does the three things that I was mentioning earlier. It focuses on this idea of travel responsibly rather than talking about sustainability. So it's clearer that there is an impact, an assumption that it's on the visitor, but it does it in such a way that it promotes the benefits over the burdens, and it focuses on these behaviors that will help to drive social impact in these places as well as the environmental impact as well. And the last example I wanted to share with you, it's not a piece of work that we've done or anything like that. It's what I think is one of the best examples of sustainable tourism, an advert, if you like, for sustainable tourism out there at the moment. It's a TV show called Race Across the World. I don't know if you're familiar with it. There's lots of versions of this around Europe, I think, in Denmark, Finland, Sweden. I think there's a version coming to Germany next year as well. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, it's a reality TV competition where teams of two race across an area of the world. It might be through Europe or through South America or Asia. But they have to do it all by land or sea. They cannot fly. So there's no flights, no phones. They're not allowed their phones either, and no credit cards. So the only thing they have is cash to the value of the airfare that it would have cost to get to the destination they're going to. And it's essentially a race to see who gets there first. And what this show does really well is it pushes the emotional impact of sustainable and responsible travel over and above the environmental ones. So it doesn't leave people feeling burdened. It leaves people feeling excited about wanting to do this kind of thing. As I say, there's versions of this all over Europe. You might recognize one of these. But there's kind of 5 key things that it does as a show. The first is this focus on going flight-free, but they don't talk about that. What they talk about is the deeper connection that you get traveling by land or by sea, and the fact that by taking that approach, it enables you to encounter countries better and meet with locals better, and all the sorts of things we know to be true. But it doesn't labor environmental points like emissions and things like that. Instead, it focuses on the benefit. It also promotes going off the beaten path. So the places and the destinations people go to vary from like Baku in Azerbaijan through to Tromsø in Norway. It takes the road less traveled, and it brings that to a mainstream audience, which is great. And this idea of live like a local, they sort of take to the extreme. Because they've got a limited budget, they have to do homestays with locals, or if they want to top up their budget, they work in local bars, restaurants, farms, things like that. So it does a really good job of showcasing local life and culture. And every episode ends at a checkpoint that all the contestants need to get to, which is always a small, independent hotel. So it does a really good job of kind of promoting things at a community level. I realized I'd missed off-season as well. So what it does well is bringing audiences to places in the off-season. So there was a recent series that went through Europe and the UK. It was all set in autumn and winter. So you're bringing a destination in a different season to a mass market, which I think is really good. If you've not seen this show, I urge you to watch it online. I know there's 1 or 2 free episodes on YouTube. It's definitely worth a watch to get a sense of what I mean. So again, what it does, and what the previous example does, is focus on these 3 main points, 3 main takeaways for you today. I think we need to focus on responsible travel in the people that we're looking to come to our places, rather than sustainable as a word. I think we need to move the narrative forward to be all about new behaviors that we want to bring, that we want people to bring with them, whether it's traveling off season or off the beaten path, because they're very much wedded to those definitions of the hospitality sector. And we really, most importantly, need to reframe all of this, all of the idea, the concept of sustainable travel, from being a burden to being a benefit. So thank you for listening. Those are the 3 key takeaways, really. If you've got any questions, if we've got time for them, happy to answer those. Feel free to connect on LinkedIn or drop me an email if you've got any other questions. But thank you for now. Thanks.
I know you're ready for this one. Are you a sustainable traveler?
When I can be, yes. Yeah. So things like going off season is a challenge because I have children, so I'm tied to school holidays, as I guess a lot of people are. But then it's about...
children are not sustainable.
No, they're not, no. But things like going to lesser-known destinations, that's something I'm really passionate about. Using public transport, yes, and local independent businesses. When I can, I would travel off-season. But, for example, next year, rather than doing a big holiday in the summer, we're going to go away in April time instead, just to kind of manage.
What is the stupidest thing you've seen in a hotel, for example, or anywhere about greenwashing, where you can obviously see, come on?
Oh, that's a good question. Do you know what? I don't know if I've seen anything particularly bad. I think the struggle I have with it at the moment is the way the narrative around all of this is in the media. So in the UK, for example, you'll have interviews of people kind of pushing sustainable efforts on TV, and people will say, well, hang on, you've got a wooden cabinet behind you. You've chopped down a tree to use that. And there's this kind of bizarre level.
Really?
Yeah, there's this weird level of balance that I think we've lost in the conversation. So I don't really have a big greenwashing example.
What are your thoughts on fit travel compared to mice travel, which is more responsible in your opinion?
Oh, that's a good question. I guess you want a combination of the two, right? You want fit travel has all the hallmarks of being sustainable, right? There's lots of evidence to suggest that those people want that kind of experience. But I still don't think the right kind of messages are getting to those people. And then I think when it comes to mice, I think it's just about extending your stay and kind of bringing the behaviors I mentioned, I think are relevant to both audiences. They're kind of things that we need to change on a sort of industrial scale for people.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks
Thank
a lot.
you.
Cheers. Thank you. Cheers.
Priekšpēdējais slaido lūdzu skanējam QR kodu un atbildam uz jautājumu, kas šobrīd ir aktuāli turismā, vienā vai divos vārdos. Lūdzu QR kods, kas šobrīd ir aktuāli turismā, vienā vai divos vārdos. Šobrīd aktuāli turismā. Svarīgi, aktuāli, būtiski. Vienalga lūdzu rakstām. Mēs no sākuma rakstām, pēc tam lasām. Vienā vai divos vārdos, kas šobrīd ir aktuāli turismā. Kas notiek? Vai ar ko cīnāmies, vai par ko cīnāmies, vai kas ir lieliski, vienalga, kas ir aktuāli. Tas ir polls sadaļā, ja kāds nevar atrast, nevis Q&A, bet nospiežam polls, tur ir enter a word or two un nosūdām. No sākuma rakstām, pēc tam pastīsimies, kas ir aktuāli, lai no jāšpiko. Un tā. Populārākās lietas ir mākslīgais intelekts, ilgtspēja, unikalitāte, nauda, autentiskums, unikāla pieredze, cena, pieredze, drošība, turisti un pieejamība. Kvalitāte parādās arī, tad turpat blakus ir arī kvalitāte, daba, gastronomija, ērta piekļuva objektam, vidas pieejamība, viegli pārredzams, zaļais turisms, komforts, Wi-Fi, vienlīdzība, iespējas, ilgtspēja, zaļā domāšana, turistu trūkums. Vēl viens vārds. Beidzot. Interesanti, ar kuru vārdu tas tika rakstīts kopā, ar inovācijas, vai finansējums, vai uzticamība, vērtības. Dienvidkurzemes fani pieslēgušies ir. Vienojušies kopējā dziesmā, tāpēc mēs redzam šo te uzrakstu kā lielāku. Malači, šis ir ļoti labs piegājiens. Es brīnos, ka BTG vēl nav parādījies. Tā, autentiskums, unikāla pieredze, ilgtspēja, unikalitāte, mākslīgais intelekts, pieredze, Dienvidkurzeme. Jā, daba, gastronomija, AI. Forši, paldies jums. Paldies. Mēs turpinām. Mums ir atlikusi vēl viena uzruna, ārkārtīgi interesanta. Vidzemes augstskolas profesore, vadošā pētniece, kuras profesionālā darbība veltīta stratēģiskai plānošanai, ilgtspējīgas ceļošanas un turismu veicināšanai, dabas saglabāšanai un apritīguma principu ieviešanai. Viņas darbs apvieno akadēmisko pētniecību ar praktisko lietojumu, aktīva ceļošana, kas ietver ārpus rāmja maršruts, un aktivitātes ir viens no viņas iedvesmas avotiem. Un vēl šobrīd mums ir iespēja iepazīties ar viņas un pētnieku komandas jaunāko un šobrīd notiekošo pētījumu, kurā tiek izvērtēta Latvijas Tūrisma uzņēmumu gatavība sasniegt zaļā kursa mērķus, kur mēs esam, kā mums sokas. Un vēl nosaukumā ir tāda lieta kā ilgritīgs turisms Latvijā. Lūdzu, sagaidiet ekonomikas zinātņu doktoru, Vidzemes augstskolas profesoru un vadošā pētniece Agita Līviņa. Agita.
Sveicināta turisma nozares saime Latvijā un ārvalstu viesi šodien, šeit un tagad. Šodienas stāsts ir komandas darbs nepilna gada garumā, kas vēl turpināsies 2 gadus. Vidzemes augstskolas pētnieki sadarbībā ar Banku augstskolu, Sarmīte, Dace, Māra, Gaļina, Natālija, Dzintra, Marta, Didzis un es Agita. Un šodienas stāstu par ilgritīgu turismu Latvijā smilšu zīmējumos izzīmē smilšu māksliniece Guna Miķelsone. Kas ir ilgritīgs turisms? Šis termins mums, pētnieku komandai, radās tieši apspriežot un meklējot šodienas stāstam atbilstošāko un uzrunājošāko nosaukumu. Ilgtspējīga attīstība, zaļais kurs, aprites ekonomika, klimata neutralitāte. Kas ir lielais ietvars, kas ir instruments rīcības, lai sasniegtu ilgtspējīgu attīstību turismā? Ilgtspējīga attīstība ir ietvars, nākotnes attīstības mērķis, un pavisam nesen dzirdēju salīdzinājumu, ka ilgtspējīga attīstība ir ceļojums, un tās sasniegšanai tiek meklēti ceļi un risinājumi no globālām politikām, rīcībām līdz vietējām, tajā skaitā apritīgām. Novembra sākumā norisinājās apvienoto nāciju klimata izmaiņu konference COP Azerbaidžānā, Baku, kura tika veidota un pozicionēta kā klimata neitrāls pasākums ar izstrādātu ilgtspējas politiku 7 virzienos. Oglekļa neutralitāte, ilgtspējīgu prakšu sekmēšana, pieejamība un iekļaušana, pēctecība un mantojums, caurskatāmība un atbildība, sadarbība un partnerība un drošība visiem. Baku konferencē galvenā uzmanība tika pievērsta klimata pārmaiņu finansējumam. Nauda, nauda. Gandrīz 200 valstis panāca vienošanos par jauno kolektīvo kvantitatīvo klimata pārmaiņu finansēšanu, kas palīdzēs finansējumu jaunatīstības valstīm no publiskiem un privātiem avotiem līdz 1,3 triljoniem ASV dolāru gadā. Līdz 2035. gadam. ANO klimata pārmaiņu izpildes sekretārs Saimons Stils konferencē sacīja, ka solījumi ir jāpilda. Starptautiskā enerģētikas aģentūra prognozē, ka 24. gadā globālās investīcijas tīrā enerģijā pirmo reizi pārsniegs 2 triljonus dolāru, kas ir apmēram 2% no pasaules iekšzemes koprodukta. Nedēļu atpakaļ Rīgā kinoteātrī Splendid Palace norisinājās Baltijas ilgtspējas balvu pasniegšanas ceremonija un fórums, kurā gan jāatzīst, uzņēmumi no Latvijas bija samērā maz pārstāvēti, arī no turisma. Klimata un enerģētikas ministrs fóruma dalībniekus uzrunāja kā galveno runas ideju izceļot domāšanas pārslēgšanu no resursu īstermiņa patēriņa uz pārdomātu resursus taupošu pieeju un pakalpojumu apriti. Ir valstu vienošanās par klimata neutralitāti, globālajiem ilgtspējas mērķiem lielas iniciatīvas, bet bieži šīs rīcības neskar organizācijas, ikdienas cilvēku dzīvi, jo ieguvumi šķiet tāli. Un vienmēr ir kāda degošāka lieta vai temats, par ko uztraukties. Cik reiz esam nodomājuši, gan jau kāds cits kaut kad. Lai no resursu patēriņa, to izmešanas atkritumos pārietu uz atkārtotu resursu izmantošanu, to pārveidošanu citos produktos, pakalpojumos, vispirms ir nepieciešama domāšanas veida maiņa, atbilstoša infrastruktūra un sistemātiska pieeja. Tas nozīmē, ka vienā mirklī izmaiņas nevar notikt, lai organizācijas un turisti, mūsu viesi, būtu mainījušies. Šo varam salīdzināt kā ar skaistu tauriņu, kas no skaista, trekna, krāsaina, spoža kāpura attīstās un izaug tauriņš, kas dabas ekosistēmā veic svarīgas funkcijas. Vienlaicīgi tās ir nelielas darbības vietējā līmenī, kopīgi darot daudzās vietās. Tas rada būtiskas izmaiņas un vēlams pozitīvas. Šodien šeit Latvijas Tūrisma fórumā ATā centrā mēs piedalāmies darījuma turisma pasākumā. Kāds ir lidojis pāri Baltijas jūrai, kāds varbūt ar prāmi kādu gabalu ceļojis. Liela daļa būs braukuši ar auto, gan organizēti, gan ar kopīgu transportu, gan individuāli. Kāds ar sabiedrisko transportu. Kāds ar vēlo, kāds ar skrejriteni, cits kājām. Tieši tik dažādi un katrai no izvēlēm ir bijuši argumenti un faktori, kas to ietekmē. Kāds iespējams jau ieradās vakardien Rīgā, cits paliks šovakar viesnīcā vai apartamentā pie draugiem. Naktsmītnes ir nozīmīga turisma sastāvdaļa. Ēdiens ir ne tikai mūsu izsaukuma remdinātājs un enerģijas devējs, bet arī bauda un gardēdība. Ko mēs šodien pusdienās baudījām tikko pirms mirkļa? Sezonālu, vietēju maltīti vai arī importētus produktus, kas veikuši tālu garu ceļojumu no Peru vai Čīles. No kādiem traukiem mēs baudījām šodien ēdienu? Vai no Latvijā radītiem šķīvjiem, krūzēm, glāzēm? Cik daudz un kādas kvalitātes ēdiens, dzēriens ir, to parāda ēdiena pārpalikumi. No pētījuma modelēšanas darbnīcas šajā vasarā kāds no nozares norādīja, ja ir labs pavārs, kurš prot aprēķināt, saskaitīt, labi pagatavot, tad pārtikas atkritumi ir minimāli. Šodien arī šeit piedzīvojam krāšņu pasākumu, kuru kāds ir plānojis, organizējis un varam šo piedzīvot. Pie cita ceļojuma motīva būtu citas izvēles. Laivošana, slēpošana kalnu lielvalstī Latvijā, muzeja lāzertāga apmeklējums, keramikas darbnīca, lauku labuma izziņa, dalība maratonā, lidojums ar zērgli vai gartakas pastaiga. Un kāds vēl šo visu stratēģiski plāno, vairo zināšanas, apvieno organizācijas sadarbībai, lai ne tikai ietaupītu resursus, bet lai Latvijas turisma piedāvājums ir pamanāms pasaules kartē kā eksporta produkts. Katrs mēs ar savu lēmumu un rīcību izdarām ietekmi uz mūsu kopējo dabas ekosistēmu. Kāds ir mūsu galvenais turisma resurss? Pašos pamatos mūsu resurss ir daba, kuru bieži demonstrējam reklāmās par mūsu valsti. Neskartā daba ārvalstu turistiem. Satorī rakstā Lēnām pa taku zīmols Latvija Edgars Ražīnskis arī atzīmē, ka daba ir latviešu identitāte. Tātad īpaši jādomā par dabas resursiem, jo tos izsmaļot vai sagandējot ir jāiegulda lieli pūliņi ilgā laikā, lai lēnām atjaunotu, atgrieztu iepriekšējo. Arī tad nevienmēr tas būs iespējams. Lēmumi par būvniecību, attīstību ir jāpieņem ļoti izsvērti dabas teritorijās. Tas ir vērsts uz to, lai šos resursus varētu izmantot ilgstoši, lai tie neizsīktu šeit mums Latvijā un būtu ilgritīgs turisms Latvijā arī vēl pēc 106, 206 un 306 un vairāk gadiem. Piemēram, 24. gada veiktajā ārvalstu turistu aptaujā apritīguma pieeja saņēma augstu novērtējumu. 85% dalībnieku atzina, ka otrais izmantojamo materiālu izmantošana dabas infrastruktūrā ir atbalstāma. Par ilgtspējīgu attīstību, īpaši apritīgiem risinājumiem, ne tikai vienā turisma kategorijā, bet visā turisma sistēmā, kā visaptverošs skatījums, holistisks, ir mūsu komandas pētījums, ko gribu salīdzināt ar stafeti, gan turisma nozari, gan paša pētījuma veikšanu. Stafete prasa gan pārdomātu spēku sadalījumu, gan arī to, lai stafetes kociņš no viena dalībnieka nonāk pie nākošā un tā līdz finišam. Bet ja viens posms vai pakalpojumu sniedzējs izkrīt, nogurst ilgtspējā vai atbildībā, tad finišs nav sasniegts. Turisma stafete apmēram šādi ar 5 līdz 6 dalībniekiem, sākot no nokļūšanas galamērķī, ēdināšanas, nakšņošanas, pievilcībām, ko darīt un pieredzēt galamērķī, atgriešanās mājup un galamērķa un nozares pārvaldības, tā skaitā informācijas nodrošinājuma, komunikācijas, mārketinga. Ļoti dažādas, starpdisciplināras un raibas nozares, kā tauriņš. Tās ir gan pēc darbības specifikas, organizāciju lieluma, daudzuma, bet tieši šis kopums rada turisma galamērķa iespaidu un unikalitāti. Tā skaitā par ilgtspējīgu risinājumu ieviešanu praksē turisma galamērķī. Turisma nozare ir unikāla, sastāv no tik daudz komponentēm, un nevienmēr arī iesaistītie pakalpojumu sniedzēji sevi atpazīst, saredz kā turisma nozares daļu kopienu, piemēram, sabiedriskais transports, kazino, klubs, golfs. Visām iesaistītajām pusēm ir nepieciešama sadarbība, lai nodotu šo stafetes kociņu tālāk, būtu ilgritīgums, kaut vai informācijas nodošanā, lai viesis dodās tālāk pie nākamā pakalpojumu sniedzēja. Par ilgtspēju un aprits ekonomiku notiek gan Latvijā, gan citviet pasaulē pētījumi, labās prakses piemēru apzināšana, gan apmācību materiālu izstrāde. Šodien jau mēs dzirdējām praktiskus piemērus no Daniela, risinājumus arī no iepriekšējā runātāja. Arī mēs esam apskatījuši daļu no šiem pētījumiem. Spāņi Valencijā bija vieni no pirmajiem, kas holistiski veica pētījumus šajā jomā. Varbūt tieši tas, ka viņi savā reģionā jau ātrāk apzinājās apritīgumu svarīgumu un resursu nozīmi, piemēram, ūdens. Diemžēl viņu līdzinējo ikdienu pārtrauca dabas katastrofa un daudz kas jāsāk no jauna. Mūsu pētījums atšķirībā no citiem tieši risina starpdisciplinaritāti kā vienotu veselumu, un tas ir arī lielākais mūsu izaicinājums. Mūsu pirmais uzdevums ir šī apritīguma brieduma līmeņa noteikšana, kas sākas ar nozares organizāciju dalību pētījumā, aizpildot aptaujas anketu. Šis izējas punkts ir svarīgs, lai tālākā būve būtu stabila, noturīga, lai no pirmās pētījuma daļas informācijas būvētu konceptuālu funkcionālo modeli, kas pāraug biznesa modelī, saprot ieguldījumus, atmaksāšanos un izstrādāt rekomendācijas politikas veidotājiem. Šodien mēs dzirdējām, Ines pieminēja 3 atbalsta programmas, bet tātad iespējams šeit nāktu vēl citas. Un jāatceras, ka uzņēmēja darbības pamats ir peļņas gūšana. Cits jautājums ir par peļņas lielumu, kādu uzņēmums nosaka, bet pamats uzņēmēja darbībā un arī ilgtspējā ir finansiālā dzīvotspēja un resursu saprātīga izmantošana. Pēc citu pētījumu un politikas plānošanas dokumentu analīzes mūsu pētījumā galvenās identificētās dzīvotspējas kritiskās dimensijas ilgtspējīgai attīstībai ir ūdens apgāde un notekūdeņi, enerģētika, transports un mobilitāte, atkritumi un ilgspējas un apratīguma stratēģiskā plānošana. Atbilstoši šīm dimensijām esam arī izveidojuši aptauju turismu sistēmas organizācijām, lai varētu iegūt šo te vērtējumu par Latviju kā turisma galamērķi atbildīgu un ilgtspējīgu. Arī bioloģiskās daudzveidības jautājums ir iekļauts, bet ne kā atsevišķa dimensija. Es šodien šeit arī skatu vēlreiz gribu izmantot un aicināt tās organizācijas, kuras ir saņēmušas ēpastus piedalīties pētījumā un nav atbildējušas vai šodien dzird, tad lūdzu skanējiet QR kodu un aizpildiet un piedalieties pētījumā, jo katra atbilde veido kobildi. Paldies tām 120 organizācijām, kas jau ir sniegušas atbildes, starp kurām ir gan pašnodarbinātie, gan mikro, gan mazie uzņēmumi, gan galamērķu organizācijas, arī nozīmīgi spēlētāji turismā, kā Siguldas kamaniņu un bobsleja trase, zoo, botāniskais dārs, Rundāles pils, pasažieru vilciens, mūžas, viesnīcas. Ļoti gaidām aktīvu dalību no citiem, gan aktīvā turismā, īpaši arī ēdināšanā, transportā un mobilitātē. Esam izmantojuši dažādus veidus, kā jūs uzrunāt dažādas organizācijas caur nozares asociācijām, un paldies katrai, kas ir izsūtījusi saviem biedriem. Arī valsts institūcijām, valsts autoceļu direkcijai paldies un Lijā turisma departamentam. Daudz tiešo ēpastu, sociālos mēdījus, ziņas. Mēs kā pētnieki arī piedāvājam pēc šīs te aptaujas tātad sarunu ar uzņēmumu. Par pētījumu starp rezultātiem no šīm 120 organizācijām vēl ir pāragri runāt, tie var mainīties, jo datu ievākšanu vēl turpinam, jo gribētu vēl tik daudz iegūt šīs te atbildes no turisma organizācijām. Taču šī brīža starp rezultātu parāda, ka pašas svarīgākās prioritātes ir atkritumu un enerģētikas joma, kur notiek investīcijas. Apmēram 60% no šīm 120 organizācijām ir investējušas tātad kādā no nozarēm no zaļās investīcijas. Un no tiem, kas ir investējuši, tātad lielākā daļa 60% arī iegulda savus resursus, nevis ieguldījums no finanšu institūcijām. Un tas ir arī tāds laba ziņa, jo tas principā samazina zaļu maldināšanas riskus, jo iegulda savus līdzekļus. Un atkal, investīcijas, tā skaitā zaļās investīcijas, ir iespējamas, ja ir peļņa, no kā ieguldīt attīstībā. Un plānojot apmācības nozarē, vērts būtu iekļaut šos dzīvotspējas kritiskos jautājumus, kā enerģētika, atkritumu šķirošana, mazināšana, ūdens apgādes risinājumi, transports un mobilitāte. Šeit parādās starpdisciplinaritāte, sadarbība ar citām nozarēm. Jā, šie temati ir turisma nozares ilgtspējai, un tas ir plašāk kā jaunu turisma produktu izstrāde, eksporta attīstība, mārketings un digitalizācija. Vēl šad un tad esmu saņēmusi jautājumus, dzirdējusi viedokļus, ka apritīgums ir nabadzība. Un šajā jautājumā es gribu uzsvērt divus aspektus. Jā, no vienas puses var piekrist, ka nabadzība un trūkums vienkārši liek būt radošiem un piespiež materiālus lietot atkārtoti, dalīties, pārveidot. Arī Covid pandēmijas periods veicināja inovatīvu risinājumu un procesu attīstību. Līdzīgi ar velo braukšanu, kurā vieni brauc ar velo, jo nevar iegādāties auto un to piepildīt ar degvielu. Tādēļ pārvietojas ar velo kājām. Bet viņu reālais sapnis ir vienu dienu būt par auto karali. Un otri brauc ar velo, ar motivāciju un pārliecību par aktīvu un veselīgu dzīvesveidu, ātrāku pārvietošanos sastrēgumos un rūpēm par klimata izmaiņām. Gaisa augsnes piesārņojumu. Es aicinu izmantot radošumu un mūsdienu tehnoloģijas, kas ļauj materiālus pārstrādāt, izmantot atkārtoti. apvienojot tehnoloģijas radošus risinājumus un dziļu un skaidru izpratni par ilgtspējas mērķiem, lai saprastu, kāpēc ir vajadzīga apritīga rīcība, ka mūsu dabas resursi ir reti, bet tā ir mūsu vērtība gan mūsu viesiem, gan mums pakalpojumu sniedzējiem. Latvijas tūrisma ilgtspējīgums balstās dabas daudzveidības saglabāšanā, kas ir nozīmīgs resurs, gan nacionālā vērtība, gan precīzā un mērķētā sadarbībā izvēloties īsās piegādes ķēdes, īpašniekos un darbiniekos, zinošos, pieredzējušos, jaunos ar prasmēm, un pētījumos, ticamos datos, rīcībās, kas nojauc šķēršļus un rada stimulus un atbalstu jauniem, proaktīviem risinājumiem, finansiāli pamatotiem. Kā pētnieki esam gatavi sniegt savu roku, lai pēda, ko atstājam, ir ar mazu nospiedumu, zaļa un ilgritīga, kā šodienas smilšu prezentācija. Paldies!
Tātad šis ir tas QR kods, kurā var piedalīties pētījumā, pareizi?
Jā.
Jā, lūdzu, skenējam QR kodu, lai var piedalīties pētījumā. Jautājums, kur varēs redzēt visus tos rezultātus, par kuriem jūs runājat?
Jā, pētījuma rezultātus varēs redzēt nākamajā gadā. Katram arī dalībniekam mēs aizsūtīsim kopsavilkumu. Un arī grūti pateikt, cik ātri mēs tomēr vēl savāksim. Vairāk kā 200 atbildes vēl gribētu ievākt. Nesolu uz Baltūru, bet jā, pavasarī mums ir sadarbība gan ar LIA, gan ar ekonomikas ministriju, tātad rezultāti būs, jā.
7 cilvēki prāto, cik ilgi tiek lietots termins ilgritīgs turisms?
Ilgritīgs, un te man liekas ir tāds labs savienojums, ilgtspējīga attīstība un aprits ekonomika, ka tie resursi, ko mēs tātad varam izmantot, lai mēs viņus varam darbināt ilgi kā tādu dzirnakmeni un lai mums vienmēr tātad viņš darbojās. Tas ir jauns termins. Mūsu pētnieku komanda apspriežot šodienai šo te nosaukumu, mēs izdomājām šo te jaunu vārdu. Jā.
Tātad tam nav pat gads?
Nu, nav vēl, neesam nekur iesnieguši valodniecības komisijā, nē.
Jo man viņš izklausās ilgritīgs turisms tāds.
Nu, ir jau labi, ja turismā mēs varam būt tādi stabili ar pārliecību, jā, ka viss darbojās un ripo.
Paldies jums.
Paldies,
profesor Līviņa. Nu, un noslēdzoša aptauja. Pirms mēs dodamies tur ārā apspriest ilgritīgu turismu un visu, ko šodien dzirdējuši. Lūdzu, 2. trietā nospriediet, vienojieties, kas ir šīs dienas vērtīgākā atziņa. Šīs dienas vērtīgākā atziņa, lūdzu jums QR kods, tas pats slaido, tur rakstam atkal iekšā 1, 2 vārdus, bet vienojieties ar blakus sēdētājiem, lūdzu. Jums ir jāvienojas par vienu kopīgu versiju, 1 vai 2 vārdos, šīs dienas vērtīgākā atziņa. 30 sekundes apspriežamies, rakstam, nosūtam. Nosūtām. Nosūtiet, vārds sakot, lūdzu, ja? Tagad apspriežamies un sūtam. Kamēr jūs apspriežat un sūtat par to klasteru jautājumu, kur palika tas klasteru jautājums? Jautājumi, kurus mēs nepagavām uzdot, nonāk pie adresāta, un adresāts rūpējas, lai jūs saņemat atbildi uz šo jautājumu. Jā. Ja ir tāda atbilde pieejama vispār oficiāli. Nu tad skatāmies, kas mums sanāca. Lūdzu, iedvesma. Tūrisms atdzīvojas. Tradīcijas. Tūrisms ir dzīvs. Ilgritīgs. Tūrisms, tendencēm. Par tendencēm turismam būtu jāstrādā ar ai. Ai. Ļoti liels ai. Tradīcijas iedvesme pastāvēs, kas pārvērtīsies. Cik reizi jūs šito nosūtījāt? Šis ir ļoti interesanti. Jā, kāds jau ar ai strādā, var redzēt. Jā, labi. Iedvesma turismas atdzīvojas, inovācija, radošums, turisms ir dzīvs, turismam būt, ilgriktīgs turisms mums parādās. Tad pasākumi, pareiz komunikācija, industrijas, komunicēt sasniedzamas iespējas, ilgspējīgas patērētāju, vēlme, vēl pienesums gan. Nu tā, principā pastāvēs, kas pārvērtīsies, ilgritīgs turisms ir dzīves, jāstrādā ar un turisms atdzīvojas, tradīcijas būs jāmainās un iedvesma un inovācija. Sirsnīgs paldies jums! Paldies! Es uz vienu jautājumu neatbildēju, kas te figurēja kādu brīdi, jau visu dienas garumā. Jautājumu uzdod gastromāns. Un vēl 3 cilvēki grib dzirdēt atbildes jautājumu, kas Valdim garšo. Ja jūs kādreiz satiekat vēl kaut kur šo segvārdu gastromānu, ziniet, ka tas ir Jānis Jēnzis. Paldies, Jāni, par jautājumu un pacietību. Jā. Pirms kaut kādiem 2008. gadā, īsti pirms finanšu krīzes, man bija iespēja pagaršot teļa vaigus restorānā Pinot. Un es pagaršoju tos teļa vaigus un nodomāju, nu lūk, tas brīdis ir pienācis. Un tu sēdi tāds šokā un domā, vai tiešām vecums? Jo tie teļa vaigi tev rada tādas pašas baudas izjūtas kā seks. Un tu saproti, ka tu esi kļūst vecs. Bet, paldies Dievam, Henriks glāba. Bija HE, laikam, restorāns Stabielā vīnu studijā, un tur varēja dabūt Jāra duetu. Un tu otrais piedzīvo tās pašas sajūtas. Bet tad cilvēki sāk mierināt, ka nē, mums vienkārši Latvijā ir izcila virtuve. Paldies jums!